Race 2 of round 1 of the 2024 IDEMITSU FIM Asian Road Racing Championship comes to you from Buriram in Thailand. Hot conditions, the thermometer pushing 40 degrees for racing, but we're hoping to replicate the action of day 1 in which Malaysia's Aslan Shah Kamrazaman won a wonderful superbikes race for TKKR BMW on the last corner. Yamaha Indonesia secured a 1-2 in the AP250 class with an excellent move on the last corner. And Indonesia's Fahmi Bassam secured his first victory at Underbone with a daring move on the last corner to secure a third Yamaha win of the day. So quite some day on day 1 of the ARRC's 27th season. Race 2 in each of those categories, plus the Super Sport 600, will be coming up in the next 4 hours. But we get underway with the TVS 1-meg class, in which Japan's Hiroki Ono scored a win on day 1. Barry Russell will be in the analyst chair again for today. And Barry, let's start with the circuit before we look at the TVS 1-meg lineup.
Yep, the circuit increasingly well known the world over. It's got fast straights with hard braking areas that are absolutely crucial, and that technical middle section that leads down to that all-important and infamous turn 12.
The one question I have is who, if anyone, can stop Hiroki Ono?
What I think is really interesting, Hiroki made it 8 wins from 9 starts yesterday. This time it was a narrow win. It was by 1/10 of a second from Ramdan Rosli, who looked really good, and there were battles all the way through the top 6. The top 6, in fact, finished within less than a second of each other. So I think Hiroki Ono is having to work harder for his wins. Will anybody be able to overcome him? We know how clever he is, as well as he's not just quick, he's clever.
He certainly is. He's had over a decade since we first came across him on the ARRC. He's had quite a career since then. Delighted to have him back in this TVS 1-meg series. TVS 1-meg series here for the 3rd consecutive season. Conditions today a little bit hotter. Not as humid, but certainly hotter. Pushing 40 degrees centigrade for the trackside, and the asphalt temperature pushing 60 degrees.
Yep, that's expected, and also above 50 degrees is a challenge for the tyres, because that is such an extraordinary temperature for them to have to deal with over this 8-lap race. It shouldn't be too much of a factor. As they get off on their warm-up lap, we can have a look at the grid.
Yeah, Hiroki Ono, as you say, 7 wins in his last 8 races, including the season opener yesterday. He's on pole position. Ramdan Rosli pushed him close, as you said. Sartak Chavan from India, he was probably the other story of yesterday in TVS Asia.
Yeah, and interesting young second row here, led by Dekitiano Aldi, the Indonesian. Next to him, the German debutant Rocco Sessler, 15-year-old, joins us, and Riichi Takahira lines up in P6.
Both of them impressed yesterday, as did Atir Kankia, the Thai, who's on row 7. The defending champion, Muzakir Mohammed, became a handy P5 yesterday, and KY Ahmad the fastest of the second group of Indian racers.
Yeah, and surprisingly, down on row 4, Borapong Malahuan, the 2022 champion. Next to him, Chirant Vishwanath, and outside of him, debutant from the Philippines in this class, Casey Klammer.
The ageless Jagan Kumar on bike number 7 will start on P13 alongside Irvin Ekshan. There's a variety and experience between those two. Irvin had a disastrous day 1, the young Singaporean, on debut. And then a Korean racer, Kim Min Jae, will hold on to P15. We're hoping that Irvin and Kim Min Jae can make an impression today.
Yeah, learning experience for them at this level, because the quality here is phenomenal. All kinds of international experience among the riders ahead of him. Number 3 going through there, Borapong. The number reflecting his finishing position in the championship standings. So the numbers down to P8 are the riders who were with us last season, and from 10 onwards, they are the new riders, 10 to 15. So 6 new riders in this category, 9 nationalities.
TVS 1-meg is very much part of the makeup. 3rd season it's been here. Borapong Malahuan, year 1. Muzakir Mohammed from Malaysia, year 2, so 2 experienced racers. But there are an awful lot of up-and-coming racers, so this is the genuine ARRC experience of experienced riders up against young rookies, one to learn from the other. The rookies want to learn and beat the experienced riders. The riders want to say, hey, we don't want to be beaten by rookies. So it adds a certain amount of cachet to this tournament.
Yeah, it's a tantalising combination, as we saw yesterday. Sartak Chavan, the leader of that group of rookies that are coming in, but very talented, all of them.
Mike 11. That's it. Can't keep a look at him. Mike number 4, Ramdan Rosley, always there or thereabouts. Again, if you can pick up points regularly over a long season, it's 12 races over the season, and it lasts from now up until December. A lot can change then. Last onto the grid there is Hiroki Ono. You wait for the top of the class, says Hiroki. And it's a long wait in the heat, but now the red lights are on. And we are a go, and it's a good start by Ramdan Rosley. Hiroki Ono was late to the party, and he's also just been beaten into this first corner by Ramdan Rosley. That's good work by the Malaysian.
Yeah, brilliant start from Ramdan Rosley. And I saw Rocco Sessler making an aggressive start as well. He's moved himself up through the middle of the field, but at the front, it is Hiroki Ono already. And he's got...
Well, Sartak and Ramdan for company. I'm delighted to see that Irvin Eksan and Kim Min Jae have got off to solid starts. They may be near the back, but for Irvin, yesterday, he had a problem in the formation lap and barely got off the line yesterday. So good for the Singaporean that he is up and running. But Hiroki Ono, we said yesterday, Ono is good enough to break away from everybody else. He didn't on race number 1. Looks like he's trying to make a break on race 2, but has been caught up going up the hill into turn 4.
Yeah, they got him in the slipstream, and 3 bikes have gone off there. One of them is down.
That is a long slide.
That's a tall rider, but I can't tell you which one it is. Oh, is that Rocco Sessler?
It looks like Sessler, doesn't it?
That's the 15-year-old German.
He's just taken out of the back of this pile. Oh, he just loses the back end. After a bright old start as well for Rocco.
Yeah, that was Chirant Vishwanath avoiding action, and he had to leave the pack. So 3 riders disadvantaged by that.
Sessler was sprinting after his bike. It looks like he wants to get up and at least get some laps in. They say this is a long season, and you can't pick up points right the way down to the bottom, but amidst all of that...
Sartak has seized the advantage there.
Absolutely, that's good work by the young Indian racer, and he's got about a 20-metre lead going over at the end of lap number 1. It's an 8-lap race. Sartak leads from Ono, Ramdan, Muzake, Mohammed, Deki, Tiano. Date Kange carries on his good work from yesterday with a P6 at the moment.
Yeah, so Sartak is sure to try and stretch away at the front, but the quality of the field he's got behind him, particularly the one immediately now behind him, Hiroki Ono.
Ono in the lime green, we're calling it yellow helmet, takes the inside line. Sartak is forced to stand up, and Ramdan tried to go through on the inside.
Other rider down.
Right, so that's 2 casualties already.
Hopefully just winded.
I think that's Irvan Eksan.
Yeah, I think that's Irvan. Let's have a look. Look what happened there.
He must have lost something because he's gone way off the racing line. Yeah. Oh, Rocco Sessler, he slides out. I hope Irvan's okay. Medics over there were quite urgent in getting somebody over to him. We'll give you an update as soon as we possibly can for Irvan Eksan. Back up at the front though, Sartak continues to lead. Hiroki Ono is P2, and Muzake Mohammed has tucked himself nicely into P3 in the white helmet.
Here looking confident this weekend. Expected him maybe to have finished higher than 5th yesterday.
Takahiro, one of the young guns as well. I am enjoying the fact that we've got so many new races in this TVS One Leg Series. The tension to things as Ono takes the lead coming into the second corner. And be Japan 1-2 going over the line at the quarter point of the race.
Yeah, Ryuichi Takahiro is really strong in pre-practice. And we were looking out for him yesterday. He finished just a little way back. Only 1.6 seconds, in fact, from Hiroki Ono yesterday. But a really promising rider. We've seen him in in the cups around the region, cup competitions around the region, and we know his quality. Zakir is onto it this time. Get left behind today. Take.
Oh, who's gone wide there?
Many different lines, I think.
It
going
looks,
wide.
it looks like he's in trouble as well. Ramdan Rosley is there. Ono has gone a long way back, and it just looked like he pulled out of the line. So we could have an upset here for Hiroki Ono as Ramdan Rosley decides to take the lead. I'm waiting to see how Ono has reclaimed a little bit of form, and he's back in that mix there. Maybe it was just an error from Ono.
Yeah, you don't see too many unforced errors from Ono. I don't think there was anybody that caused him to go off, but the cameras weren't on him at the moment. Ramdan Rosley just moved ahead of Sartak at the front.
Ramdan is there. Ono is human, after all. He's not an AI version of a motor racing a motorcyclist.
Yes.
Fantastic. It's good for the series, because there was a danger that Ono dominated so much. Now Ramdan and the new boy Sartak, are they able to make up? He looks like he's riding okay. It just looked like it was a mistake from Hiroki Ono.
Very aggressive move out, although it didn't really help him there from Riichi Takahira, probably having a look for what he can do the last time around. He just avoided going onto the green part of the track.
So Sartak and Ramdan go on over the start-finish line almost together. Ono is back in that group, once again forced to stand up as Ate Takakea. Some evasive action being needed to be taken, particularly on turn 1 and turn 12, very tight here at Buriram.
Yeah, I think Ate Takakea coming up through there, number 11. Was quick and at the front all the way through yesterday. Ended up 6th. A really promising young Thai rider, Ate.
Ramdan Rosley leads the way. Ramdan P2 yesterday. It's a solid start to a season. An always competitive racer. Ramdan, what are you going to get from him? And coming into the lead now for the first time, Dekitiano Aldi. Young Indonesian, though not so young anymore. He was a bright young thing, and now I think expectations are up for Dekitiano.
Yeah, they are. He needs to deliver this season. They're coming onto the back of this group, which is now, well, it's at least 8 bikes strong, is Hiroki Ono. Going to make for a really good race. Very different race to yesterday, but equally close. Look at that.
It's really strange to see Ono stuck in the pack behind. Though it was a mistake, but he's not been able to recover and get forward. He's challenging there with Chirans Vishwanath, who's recovered after being forced wide in the earlier incident.
He's scampering away. Sartak is trying to get away. Managed it last time. Doubt whether he'll manage it this time. Ramdan Rosley is on really good form this weekend, and he's the rider behind him.
Just coming up to halfway, this is Riichi Takahira, who we're seeing in P4 at the moment. Sartak has a lead of 0.2 of a second from Ramdan Rosley and Dekitiano Aldi. All the bikes are just about identical, slightly upgraded from last season. A look over the shoulder from both Sartak and Ramdan. We're only halfway through, but it's very encouraging. Takahira, he's posting some very, very quick times. Top speed though, KY Ahmed, 213 kilometers per hour.
And that's just been bettered by Hiroki Ono.
As we spoke.
215 now.
It proves Ono's really having to work hard.
Yep, he's now moved himself up to P5. Ramdan having a tussle with the young Japanese rider.
Takahira once again leading the lead, and Hiroki Ono, right, he's manoeuvred his way back into the front. This was where he made the mistake a couple of laps ago, and it's taken him 2 laps to recover, but recover he has.
It'll be interesting to find out exactly what happened to him when he ran wide, because you just don't see him making mistakes.
Leading the way, Takahira, new kid on the block, new name, new face. Already out, Rocco Sessler, one of the other new names. It's been a torrid first weekend for the German, highly regarded, even a junior tournament last year, stepping up into more senior events, of which TVS makers, one of them this year, the German.
Yeah, it's a mark of how prominent this series is becoming now, that riders from other continents are being attracted into it.
Wide, pushed wide there was bike 5, Dekitiano Aldi. The lead is still being held by Ricky Takahira. Oh no, Ramdan Muzakir, Dekitiano and Sartak was leading at one stage, just dropped down to P7, the young Indian racer, and he's got KY Ahmad for company.
At lap times, there are a few riders in the 3 riders in the 149s. The quickest of them is Hiroki Ono. Takahira, another one, and Muzakir Mohammed, the defending champion, also in the 149s, with the best lap. Oh, and down goes. That
well, it's the third one. It is Takahira.
Yeah.
Yes, we feared that his pace would really cause him a problem or two. And again, it just looked like he's lost the back end again. We'll have a look at that.
Yeah.
Didn't seem to be any contact. Just looked like a racing error, but the replay will show us once again. That means Ono can claim his place at the front.
Yeah, he hit the deck, he bounced up again with the inside the suit airbag having inflated. Protect him. Hiroki Ono at the front after coming from so far back.
Muzakir Mohammed making his way through as well, the defending champion. Everyone talks about Ono, well I certainly talk about Ono. We forget that Muzakir is actually the defending champion, and he did it last year with only 1 race win. He was just Mr. Consistent throughout the season. Lot of P2s, lot of 4ths and 5ths.
Yeah, and he's capable of doing it again, as is the rider that's just going inside him under braking into turn 12, Ramdan Rosley. Similar kind of rider in many respects. Consistency and experience, and way back down there is Sartak Chavan, so he's had a problem at some stage.
He's got himself back into P4 there, hasn't he? Like Sartak, white helmet. Yeah, he's just edged himself back in. Oh, is that Atir? No, that is Sartak, bike number 9.
Yeah, Sartak has come back up now.
Yes. No, I was with you. I thought he'd dropped down a little bit, but he's managed to make up quite a bit of headway over the last 2 or 3 corners on the last one. 2 laps to go. Leads the way. That time it was Muzakir who got out of shape and has lost several places, Muzakir Mohammed. Sartak moves into P2, but Ono ominously looks like he's got a bit of distance going up the hill. Can the rest of the pack close in on?
Brave move around the outside there from Muzakir to move into P2 as they go into turn 5.
They worked well, Muzakir and Ramdan then. It was almost like a slingshot from Ramdan. Muzakir appeared from out of his slipstream, got himself back into P2, and that enabled him just to close the gap on Hiroki Ono. But Ono is now where he likes to be. He likes to lead from the front as the Japanese.
Youngsters Atir and Sartak snapping at their heels. This is pretty much as close as it was yesterday. 6 riders there in the hunt. Got 1 more lap after this. Sartak coming through very aggressively. We saw this aspect of the young Indian, that he's not just quick, he's also aggressive.
Ono though has the lead, and you would expect Ono would be able to hold on to this. He's got Muzakir in P2 and Sartak and Atir battling for P3. The 2 white helmets, 9 and 11, 2 youngsters. Ramdan Rosley has dropped down to P4. Dekitiano's not quite out of it, but this is looking impressive by, once again, Hiroki Ono. He's leading the train. Can they get close? Muzakir on the back wheel has done well down that long straight. Takes a different line into this hairpin corner. And Muzakir is able to take the lead unless there's a switchback. No, there isn't. So Muzakir Mohammed goes into the lead for the first time.
Nicely done. He kept that really tight, but Hiroki Ono got the power down well on the exit there. And as they head down to the intimidating turn 4, more lines being taken. Atir looking on the inside. Sartak and Atir looking the most dangerous of the new riders in here.
Muzakir has gone backwards. Wrong line coming out of turn 4. You have to be brave.
And Sartak snapped that one up. And he's going on after Hiroki Ono.
Right, Ben, into the final stages. Ramdan is forced wide, but Hiroki Ono is setting a torrid pace. Sartak Javan, who had such an impressive race one yesterday, looks on the inside. Hiroki closes the door on him. Now then, into the final third of this final lap. Ono looking for back-to-back wins to open the season.
We're having to work hard for it, but I don't think he's going to give this away to Sartak. Sartak won't be listening to this, though.
Sartak looks on the inside. Hiroki Ono, once again, that is beautifully done. It's a win number 2 for Ono. He's got there ahead of Sartak Javan, who will be on the podium once again. Muzaki Mohammed picks up points again. Atir and Ramdan Rosley 4 and 5. But Hiroki Ono, I asked you beforehand, who do you think can stop him? You said it'll be close. You were right, it was close. Nobody again could stop him, Barry Russell.
Yeah, and it was an impressive comeback from the error that he made halfway through the race at turn 3, when he rejoined. He was out of touch of the leading group. So congratulations exchanged there between Sartak and Hiroki Ono.
So a win double for the experienced Ono, and a podium double for Sartak Javan. And the Indian racer will be in second place at the end of this first of 6 rounds for the season. That is a very, very decent return. But what a performance once again. 8 wins in a row, 2 at the start of this season, 6 at the end of last year. In fact, in all but one of the races since he came back to the Asian Road Racing Championship, he's won the race.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see competitors in any sport get on, even team sports, get on a winning run. But here are the results.
Hiroki Ono takes it 0.16 seconds clear of Sartak Javan. Muzaki Mohammed in P3, the defending champion. That's a healthy weekend for him. Ate Kanga, nice debut weekend for the young Thai. Ramdan Rosley, as always, there or thereabouts in the top 5. Deki Tiano, again picking up double-digit points, 10 points for P6. Borapong Malawan, who we didn't mention, I didn't mention in the commentary at all, for the first time in this TVS 1 make, is in P7. Kewe Ahmed down in P9. Casey Clammer, that's a good performance by the debutant from the Philippines, just beating off Jagan Kuma in a battle between them. Kim Min Jae doing well to pick up P12, nearly a minute down. Crashing out were Takahira Irvin Exan, who had a disastrous debut weekend, and Rocco Sessler, who I'm sure will learn from the experience here at the Buriram circuit.
And it's a good measure of the level of this competition that a rider of the quality of Rocco Sessler has had to fight so hard this weekend.
Healthy crowd at the Chang International Circuit as the riders make their way back into the Parc Ferme. There's a lovely grunt to these TVS 310s.
Yeah, it's a nice rumble when they're all running together.
That's the word, it's a rumble indeed.
Yeah, the 310 single-cylinder engines that these run, very highly tuned. They get quicker every time. There's been changes to the subframe last season. Powerful, and new lap records coming. There is our winner. Hiroki Ono takes his place in the middle of Parc Ferme.
The other story, though, as yesterday, as Ono gets his congratulations, this is almost expected. Sartak Javan, I think, isn't expected. The young Indian racer coming through in P2 today. There he is, bike number 9, just coming into the Parc Ferme. Number 1 for Ono, but Sartak, he looks a bit drained there, actually. He looks a bit shattered. That was a big effort.
P3 for him yesterday. Today is P2. I'm sure he fancies breaking this incredible winning run of Hiroki Ono. Come the cameras.
That's a really good weekend to take into Zhuhai. And again, in Zhuhai, I'll be asking you the question, who can stop Hiroki Ono? He nearly stopped himself today. He made an error. It forced him down to P7. It took him a couple of laps to recover from that error. But recover he did. And in the end, I wouldn't say he was within himself, but he wasn't at full extension for that victory, was he?
No, he was in control. He wasn't that far ahead of. In fact, he was 0.164 at the finish line ahead of Sartik Chavan. But I think he knew that.
Okay, let's go and get some post-race reaction from the race winner. And down with the hard-working Daniel Bogas in the Parc Ferme area.
We're down here in Parc Ferme after the TVS Asia 1 race 2. Sartak, another brilliant performance from you. Double podium this weekend, but it's been tough out there, hasn't it?
Yeah, the race was tough today because there was no grip onto the rear tire. So I struggled with the grip today, and I tried to make a move onto Ono-san into turn 9, but I couldn't make it stick. But I'm happy with the P2 and looking forward to the championship. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're looking forward to you for the next round. Congratulations, Sartak. And now we're going to head on with P1. Hiroki Ono is just doing some media interviews. I'll try and grab him to this side. So Hiroki Ono, double race victory this weekend. What a fantastic ride from you once again. How was it out there?
Yeah, also today tough race. But yeah, middle of the race, I mistake end of the back straight. But then I reset to my mentality. Then after concentration, yeah, finally I get a pole to double win. Yeah, this result best for start of the season.
Thank you so much. Congratulations once again.
Race 2 of the season in the TVS Asia 1 Championship. Hiroki Ono, winner yesterday. Fastest on pole, but second off the line. Ramdan Rosley getting off to a fast start, but Ono tucking in behind him by Russell.
Yeah, it was a really good start for Hiroki Ono. By the time we were sorting out the order, he'd moved himself into the lead. And then he got swallowed up again, and there was that big crash the first time into turn 4. Rocco Sessler was the rider that went down.
There would also be problems once again for Irvin Aksan as well, the young Singaporean who barely got off the grid yesterday. Well, he went out earlier again today. There is Irvin. Hopefully he's okay. Back though at the front. Oh no, he alluded in an interview that he made a mistake midway through the race, and it was very unusual to see him make that mistake. We thought it must have been engine problems because Ono doesn't make mistakes.
No, that's right. I mean, he is metronomic. I wouldn't say AI does, but he's a metronomically precise rider. So yeah, but as he said, I heard him say, I reset my mentality and got after it. So that's quality for you.
Sartak Chavan, bike number 9 meantime. He was up and down. In the lead at one stage here. He's in P5 as we come into the final part of the race, and then there's a problem. Tell you what, that's a shame because Richie Takahira had ridden very well.
Yeah, he had. He was up there all the way through until that mistake. Zakir Mohammed, defending champion. He was up and down a little bit as well. So came back when he needed to.
Would pick up a podium, but then we come to the final lap, and Ono led going into the final lap. Sartak made a brave effort to try to get close, tried to get onto his back wheel, but when you come down to the notorious corner 12, you don't want to be in traffic. Ono wasn't in traffic. A nice, easy turn. He could pick this line that he chose and goes on to make it back-to-back wins. Impressive for Sartak. Back-to-back podiums for him, but the win number 2, 8 in a row for Hiroki Ono from Japan.
Sartak wasn't close enough. But I noticed also that Hiroki Ono looked more tired than normal afterwards. He was breathless, and that doesn't happen very often. Colours of Buriram.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now
Indeed. It's been a wonderful welcome. Visit Napo. That's branding for the colours of Buriram. Asian Road Racing Championship is a regular visitor here to Buriram. We start the season here and we finish the season here. And there's always a fabulous welcome. There was always decent racing as well.
from India, Sartak Chavan.
Zakir, so used to going on to P number 1, he forgot that he's only P3 today.
And your race winner
quick about
from
turn.
Japan, Hiroki Ono.
Fairly tall figure there of Sartak Chavan.
Looks a good racer, Sartak. Like he's really up to try to challenge Hiroki Ono, but it's a heck of a standard that Ono has been setting.
Yeah, that is 9 from 10. 9 wins from 10 starts.
national anthem of Japan for Ono to celebrate. Gayo and his national anthem. You're hearing that quite a bit over this Asian Road Racing Championship season. With IDEMITSU. Tabe Pros, the J1 racing manager, will be handing out the third prize to Muzakkir Mohammed.
Now to present the second and first place.
Vidi Farik, manager of Alpine Stars. Racing suits improve year on year. Providing the second prize. Sartak Shaban. Like the look of this young fella.
Very much so.
Belvraj Balasubramaniam, the general manager of TVS Racing, on hand. Was meant to be on hand to hand out the winning prize.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause once again for the TVS Asia one-make race winners.
Celebratory helmet. 1, 2, 3. Dignitaries. All in the sun. Not to like.
Absolutely. New Alpine Style suits for these riders in the TVS Asia One Make Championship this season, all equipped with airbags.
So after 2 of 12 races in the season, early championship leader Hiroki Ono will take an awful lot to knock him off top spot, but Sartak Shaban on 36 points and Mohammed Ramdan Rosli and Muzakkir Mohammed on 31 and 27 respectively will try. Deki Tiano once again is picking up points. Good to see a youngster like Ate Kangir making his way. Gorapang Malawan is not used to being down in P7, 17-point weekend for him. And Chirant Vishwanath from India on 14 points as well, be looking to improve as the season progresses. There are top 8. TVS Asia One Make Championship heading into Zhuhai for round number 2.
Yep, we saw a double win for Hiroki Ono in Zhuhai.
In fact, we might well do once again. Okay, we're going for a quick commercial break. When we come back, the fun and games of the Underbone 150cc. It is always great, particularly on corner number 12. Don't go too far away. We're back with you in a couple of minutes' time at the Asia Road Racing Championships on the Chang International Circuit in Buriram, Thailand.
IDEMITSU IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. IDEMITSU IRG5. IDEMITSU IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. IDEMITSU IRG7.
A very warm welcome back to the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships, brought to you with IDEMITSU. We're live at the Chang International Circuit, where the 27th year of the Asian Road Racing Championship, or 27th competitive year. And one of the developments for this 27th year is a partnership with an official fuel provider. The Indian Oil have put their hands up to support the Asian Road Racing Championship. It's a partnership that will support both organizations as well as the teams. So we went to the teams to get their reaction to the Indian Oil partnership with the Asian Road Racing Championship.
So first feeling, I think so good. I will be, of course, will try to do something, and I hope to in good way, everything.
Very much positive. Yesterday we can see across the timesheet, everyone's speed has increased tremendously. Before this, last year at the same circuit, only 1 or 2 bikes approach 300 km/h, but this time across the board you can see almost everyone approach that performance. So this is the right step for ARC, and I think positively it could bring a good impact.
This time so new field, used to first time, but not too bad. I think not too bad, but so this time never use tomorrow after tomorrow, and finally and comment again. Now no problem, good feeling. Okay.
We checked the engine last night, so the fuel is pretty clean, so there's no sign of detonation, which is good. I think it's very good fuel.
We like to thank Indian Oil. So far we tested the petrol, everything is good for the bike, and we like to go forward and have more feedback, and we'll let you all know. Thanks.
Saya rasa bagus, tidak ada masalah, dan menambah performance engine positif.
So great to have Indian Oil on board as an official fuel partner. And our next thoughts move to the Underbone 150cc. Riders are just assembling out on the grid. And Barry Russell, Underbone 150cc, never ever fails to impress and thrill and surprise us.
Yep, those recently full stands. The spectators there are going to enjoy this. It was a familiarly close race yesterday, the top 11 finishing within a second. Just take a look at how that panned out.
Yeah, there was an interesting start for Aditya Fauzi on the green Race Tech machine, bike number 177. He was on pole, but look at that, he's swamped very, very quickly. April King Moscato from the Philippines, a former champion, he swept into the lead early on. But this, as usual with Underbones, on this long circuit, 4.5 kilometers, 8 laps of the circuit, there were so many, multiple lead changes, and it's all just jockeying to get yourself into a good position going into the final lap, Barry.
Yep, that's it. And April King, he did feature all the way through. In 2023, he lacked the finishing positions that we thought he was capable of. Here he is at the front. He did lead across the line several times during the 8-lap race.
Also on there, number 143, Husni Zainal Fauzi. There's Aditya Fauzi. Again, a lot of new names, some familiar names. Sadly, going out very, very early on and did not finish for Masato Fernando, the G-Ren Kobe motor oil racing machine, but he was one of only a few casualties yesterday. Otherwise, it was congested at the front going into the second half of the race.
Yeah, 7 DNFs yesterday and only 13 finishes, surprisingly. The points going begging, left on the table yesterday.
Bike 143 going in there. There is Husni. Husni would later be involved in an incident that saw him very, very unhappy. That would be on the final lap. Again, you're just seeing jockeying for position. You've got riders down in P18 or 19, can then very quickly come up to the top. That is the fun and games of Underbone 150.
Yeah, we saw in there as well, Shafiq Rosli, and there pretty consistently throughout the race was the defending champion, Nazrul Izzat Bahudin.
But look what happens at the very, very end. It's Fahmi Bassam for Yamaha who just gets involved. That was the incident involving Husni Zainal, where he crashes out, and coming through was Fahmi Bassam for his first victory at Underbone 150cc. No serious injuries to report after that crash.
Yeah, that clash with Gupita Krishna, who had also been going very well up until that point.
So that final corner, once again, it's in the back there. It's I mean, it looks dangerous even from here, and look at it there. It's a 90-degree corner. You're going in at some speed. How quickly can you leave the braking? What line can you take? Who can you avoid? It's all on that final corner.
And for these bikes, so much slipstreaming involved. Try and edge out a little bit more speed.
Okay, let's go down to the grid, where Daniel Bogas is amongst some of the riders looking to get out of the heat, I'd imagine.
We're down here apart from the grid. We're down here on the grid for the Underbone 150s, and we are in absolutely scorching heat. As you can see, the weather really has heated up. The action is going to be hot. It's near 40 degrees Celsius out here at the track. Track temperature is about 58, 59 degrees Celsius. But without much further ado, let's go down to the front row, and we're going to talk to Fahmi Bassam. So, Fahmi, yesterday, great win. There's going to be a lot of fans back at home supporting you and hoping that you'll win this one. Do you have a message for your fans?
Ya, kemarin saya berada di podium 1. Semoga hari ini bisa terulang kembali. Saya akan berusaha semaksimal mungkin untuk tim semua yang sudah mensupport saya. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Fahmi. Good luck for this race. And now we're going to go down 2 rows on this grid. We're just trying to make our way around the crowd. Got quite a good number of fans in attendance here today, and we're going to talk to a very strong Filipino rider in this class, April King. He's just having a bit of words with himself. We're just going to slowly let him have his moment, and we'll approach him there. Got the the blower there to cool April down. So let's have a quick word. So April, it was a fantastic ride from you yesterday. Your pace is looking good. How do you feel about the current race coming up?
Hopefully, no, na sana okay itong race natin, na yun, dasalan tayo and stay focused lang sa kahit ano mangyari. Hopefully, na okay, much better itong race namin. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, April. Good luck for this race. And now we're going to just head down another row. We're going to head to the defending champion in this category for the Underbone 150 class, Nazrul Izzat. He's got the big number 1 there with the 87 small font there and the number 1. So Nazrul, you are our current defending Underbone 150 champion. New season, same team, but different bike. How do you feel?
Feel dia semua sama, and then saya harus fokus lebih lagi dan banyak strategi kena buat, and then saya kena cuba yang buat yang terbaik lah. And then race ni saya cuba untuk menaiki podium. InsyaAllah ada rezeki.
So the translation there was that the feeling is more or less the same. He's going to try his best to get on the podium, and hopefully everything goes well. Thank you so much, Nazrul. Good luck. Back to you, Desenberry.
Translation services courtesy Daniel Bogas. Bike number 1, but he wants the number 87 on there. I do like that bike. Bikers are very superstitious animals, aren't they, Barry Russell?
Yes, they are. There's the man who always puts his left sock on before the right sock. But I think Nazrul, lots of people say, he doesn't go very well at Chang. I think he did well to pick up 5th place in that chaotic finish at the end. You should be pleased with that.
Okay, Aditya Fauzi started well. Didn't finish too badly, came fourth in the end, but his start yesterday, he was swallowed up very quickly. Alongside him, you've got Faris Putra Muhammad Fadil, the young Malaysian, for a long time was leading in qualification, but this is a very good start from him.
Yeah, he's looked happy and enjoying himself all through the weekend, and he really went well in the race yesterday. Great things from him. He did well to finish just 0.7 seconds, 7/10 of a second behind Fahmi yesterday.
You saw the onboard camera there. That the engineer's not meant to put his nose in the way, but we are on board with Faris Putra, so we hope that he gets involved. Ahmed Fazrul Sam is the Cardinals Factory Racing teammate of Faris Putra, and this is an experienced campaigner who will always be there or thereabouts. And alongside him will be Dimas Julie in his second full season at the ARRC.
Yeah, finished sixth yesterday, and that was a decent finish from him. New team, Team One for All.
Former champion Wayu Aji Trilaksana. He was taken out on the last lap yesterday. Oh, sorry, no, he came second, wasn't it? It was Gubita Gresham who was taken out. Former champions, I'm getting them mixed up. But Racetech 60, they're looking very strong as a team. They came second and fourth yesterday, Aditya and Wayu, in the easy-to-spot green. They're looking very, very strong.
Yeah, that was a great opening from them. Riders who probably disappointed yesterday, definitely Gupita, as you were saying. But also Shafiq Rosli and a trio of Filipinos, John Ingito, Giancarlo Maurizio, Masato Fernando, had disappointing rides yesterday, unlike April King.
It's a smaller grid than in previous seasons, but no less competitive, and certainly a lot more colourful. There's some, I tell you what, there's been some work on the design work on some of these engines and helmets out there. It's a very, very colourful spectacle, the Underbone 150s.
Yeah, I particularly like the approach of Racetech 60, just going for bright green.
Yes.
One rider's got a black helmet, the other rider's got a white helmet. That's it, that's beautiful for us.
Like 50 at the back, Ahmed Afif Amran, new team for him. Be hoping that he can pick up some points for the Pittsbike One-Way JRT Tech 2 racing team. Difficult time for him yesterday. Okay, so on the formation lap gives us a chance to run through the grid for you and the 20 riders who will start this competition. Race 2 of 12 of the season. On to Zhuhai next, then Japan. We're in Malaysia, Mandalika on Lombok before finishing back here in Buriram. And first row of the grid, Aditya Fauzi for Racetech 60 racing team, Faris Putra, Mohammed Fadil for Cardinals Factory Racing, and Fahmi Bassam, yesterday's race winner for Yamaha LFN HP 969.
And on row 2 we've got Ahmad Fazrul Sham for Cardinals. Next to him, Dimas Juliat Moko for Team One for All, and Wayu Aji Trilaksana for his own Racetech 60 team.
Best of the Filipinos for Uma Racing MMR Yamaha Philippines, April King Moscado, former champion. Pitapong Luboympeng, we know him regular for One for All, Team One for All. And Gupita Krishna Wardana, former champion for 4S1M Evo Yamaha.
And currently defending champion, Nazrul Izzat Bahauddin is 10th fastest and leading row 4 from Husni Zainul Fauzi. And Shafiq Rosli, number 36 for Uma Racing.
Fifth row of the grid, Akid Aziz, Pittsbike, One-Way JRT Tech, a very capable racer. We're looking to improve on yesterday's performance. Muralbil Vitoni for Yamaha LFN HP 969 is in P14. And Masato Fernando will hope to at least complete the race today for G-Ren Kobe Motor Oil Racing. He's in P15.
Yeah, and surprisingly on row 6 in P16, Ahmad Afif Amran. Next to him, Rekat Yusuf Fadila, 32, and Giancarlo Maurizio, who didn't finish yesterday, P18.
And the final two places, Hafid Farrell for SCK Honda Racing Team, alongside John Emerson Akito. Does that mean we are missing? Oh, no, Rekat is there, and Hafiz Farrell Rusian. Then it's like we are missing a... Oh, Hafiz was there. Apologies. No, we've got the 20 starters. They're all out on the circuit. It can be chaotic. It always is chaotic.
Yeah.
Points accumulation in these early stages of the season. Make sure you're not out of the equation by the time we get to the midpoint of the season. That's number one. Fahmi Bassam off to the perfect start, bike 222.
And his elephant teammates there, really strong team. Together with Husni, who made a promising start, and Murabil Vitoni, who we already know is mighty rapid.
Fahmi comes into position, the orange pit bike. Riders make their way through. Cardinals Racing, sky blue and white colours for them. The Cardinals team on the sideline, all looks a little bit tense there. Always is at the start of a race. 8 laps of the circuit. A lot of movement, long wait. But we are underway, and it's a strong start once again in the middle. It's the Cardinals Racing of Fares Putra. He made a decent start yesterday, and Fares is looking backwards at yesterday's winner, Fahmi Bassam. Look at that, Cardinals 1 and 2 coming down the first home straight. So that's a nice solid start. It's always good for confidence.
Yeah, good start from both the Cardinals racers. Fazrul Sham coming through as well, as we can see, but everything's fanning out now, and there will be about 20 different lines taken around this turn 3 as they come in, and the Race Tech 60 boys get in there as well.
Ooh, having to stand up there. We're both Race Tech boys.
And I think Nazarul making a good move around the outside, keeping out of trouble.
Coming through, Ahmed Fazrul Sham for Cardinals Racing. Well, it's very rare to sprint away, but Fazrul Sham, if you lead from the front, well, no, you don't. You just get caught up, as exactly that's what happened. As he just goes up the little brow of the hill, Race Tech go left and right around him, and we are back into the pack.
Well, you might as well have a go, you never know.
I've only ever seen it once. That was the Afif Amram here at Buriram, if I recall.
It was at Buriram, yep. And Akid Aziz, I think it's something similar. They're not quite so dramatic in Zhuhai.
There is Ahmad Afif Amram, bike number 50. New colours for him.
Fitz bike. Him and Akid Aziz, former champion, will also be looking for better results. Akid didn't finish yesterday, and Ram was down in 13th, yeah.
It's the lime green, though, leading the way. Wayu Aji Chulaksana will be hoping to stay out of trouble. 36 is Shafi Grosley, again in the purple livery of Yuma Racing. There's 2 Yuma Racing teams, one from the Philippines, one from Malaysia. It's a Pitts bike, who again just forces Wayu Aji Chulaksana to stand up. And we've got our first casualty.
And the other rider goes right back onto the track, but that was the number 96 machine of Hafiz Fazrul Rasyadan.
Oh, Hafiz is out, and that looked to be an awkward landing. Luckily, I think he's got up. If there's any problem, we'll update you as soon as possible, but it was at a low speed as they were coming round corner number 12. It always causes problems, corner number 12.
The bike had a mind of its own then and moved back onto the track, but everybody had gone past by that time, thank goodness.
In the meantime, April King Moscato tries to come through, but the switchback is on, and these Pitts bike boys are working together. Akid and Afif Amram, as you say, they didn't perform particularly well yesterday. Well, they didn't get particularly good results yesterday, but Akid and Afif tried an awful lot together on the Cup Pre-Series in Malaysia. Once again, they're just swallowed up. They were 1 and 2. Look, they're right away at the very, very back, as once again Aditya Fauzi and Wayu Aji Chulaksana coming to the fore at the front.
Yeah, Wayu Aji got the best of the draft there. And rider that went wide there, that was Masato Fernando. There he is, the white and mint green machine. Welcome back to him.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth, Masato Fernando. It's good for the Philippines to have competitors. Again, they've got a thriving racing scene in the Underbone categories, as they do with the One Pre-Series in Indonesia as well. Great to get them on the international stage. We're on board once again, chasing Aditya.
Aditya Fauzi likes to lead, doesn't he? And Nazarul coming through as they break for turn 12 this time. He won't take any chances.
Faris Bassan, yesterday's winner, leads through, has a look back just to see who's behind him, and the answer is everybody. Rekiat is in the mix there as well, bike number 32. It's Aditya and Wayuaji Trilaksana. They've spent a lot of time at the front, these two. And crucially, in the latter stages of the race, you notice they're always there or thereabouts coming into turn 11 and 12. They go over the start-finish line, or they go over the finish line. What will be the finish line? Very regularly, P1.
It's a really good pairing they've got in Race Tech. And a good choice from the team owner, who is, of course, Wayuaji. They've got April King for company there. As
Aditya forced very wide. He had a look down at his engine as though he'd missed a gear or something. He's still in the pack though.
And John Emerson Inguito coming up through the pack alongside Shafiq Rosley, who did a little bit of dirt tracking, keep out of trouble. This moves up again through the slipstream. Azarul, is he going to be the first rider into the technical section? Yes, he is.
1.6 seconds separating P1 from P18. Only Husni Zainal Fazi has been dropped a little bit. He's 4 seconds down. Hafiz Farah Rasyadan, the one who crashed out on turn number 12, his race is done. But otherwise, everybody is still in the mix for podium places and big points.
Yeah. Champion adjusts himself in front of the two riders behind him, Kid Aziz and Shafiq Rosley. Back down to it. Rosley and Kid Aziz, both DNF'd yesterday.
Akid, bike number 23, he's just swamped firstly by April King Moscado, and then once again, look, as we go at the end of the lap, it's a lime green machine that goes first, but also at the very back of the group is the other lime green machine of Kupita Kreshna, sorry, of Wayuaji Trilaksana. Talking of Kupita Kreshna, Kupita's in the mix there as well.
Yeah, he will be, as is John Emerson Inguito, I noticed a few moments ago. Hopefully he's still there. King co-features again today, as he did yesterday. There he is. Big yellow V on the front with his number on it. Azarul is making his presence felt at the front a little bit more than he did yesterday.
Wherever you're watching around the world, this is rather unique, this Underbone in Asia. The competitiveness, the number of incidents late on in races. It's all about getting yourself into the right place at the right time, and those who regularly pick up points have got a master ability just to stay out of danger.
Some really close work there.
Oh,
no.
Second day in a row,
Santos.
crashing out is Masato Fernando.
Yeah. Well, he's sensibly got himself out of harm's way as that engine is done. 2 DNFs on his return to Underbone Racing.
And then there were 18.
Rapong from Team One for All moves towards the front. That's John Emerson Inguito, number 22, taking advantage there.
Rafi Fanran, number 50, also in the mix as we approach halfway. Stay out of danger. Stay competitive. Stay within a couple of seconds of the lead so you can make a move over the last couple of laps. There's Team One for All, the colourful orange and purple livery. But they aren't all colourful. And look at that, Aditya Fauzi, we say once again, Race Tech, the lime green. This time they won't be in the lead, but they'll in P3 there. And Afif Amram is the man who leads us through. Alongside him is bike number 22, John Emerson Inguito. A welcome return to form from Emerson Inguito. As goes out April King.
That's good. Kreshna. Yeah, that's John Emerson Inguito's teammate, Kupita Kreshna. He was taken out at the final turn yesterday for race 1, so 0 points for the former double Underbone champion Kupita Kreshna.
Well, it is a long season. There's another 10 races to go, but you can't really afford too many mistakes if you get no points in your first 2 races. And then there were 17.
Yeah, And we look at, again, at the variety of lines being taken there. And Shafiq Rosley making his presence felt at the front of the group on the right of your screen. Across to the right of the track.
Fajrul Sham from Cardinals is the man who temporarily had the lead, and I needed to get in there just to say Ahmed gets in the lead because he swapped once again immediately.
Fifam Ran has been very consistently there. And John Emerson Ngito, this is a more promising race for him. Took his maiden win in Sugo last year.
Pit bike engineers who were working late into the night last night was aware that for one of the last ones to leave the Underbone pit lane, because they didn't have the best of days yesterday. So far, it's looking a lot better for both Akid Aziz and Ahmad Afif Amran.
Yeah, we know the capability. They're both really experienced riders. They've gone for an experienced pairing, unlike Cardinals that have gone for the experience of Fajrul Sham and the experience and bigger speed of Fares Putra.
Again, Aditya Fauzi, lime green, leads or is in the group as they approach the line. Fahmi Bassam, he has led going over the line for 2 of the 5 laps that we've had so far. Look how congested it is alongside them. John Emerson Ngito is still part of that little crew. Aditya Fauzi leads the way for race tag, bike 177.
Yeah, 3 LFN H Putra machines running together. We haven't mentioned, I don't think, Murabul Batoni so far in this race, but he's always a threat.
Yeah, bike 157. He's in the mix there, just to the left of your screen. Again, nice wide approaches. Variety of lines. Some will take the inside line, some will try and make it really, really tight. Fahmi Bassam, looking good.
The middle line, and out he came. I think he's got Nazrul, defending champion for company, and behind him Nazrul's teammate Shafiq Rosley. Ran behind him. The roll of honour rolls on.
Building up, it always does. Just stay out of trouble for the first 6 laps, and then it builds and builds and builds. And then all the work you've done to try to look after your tyres, make sure nothing goes wrong mechanically. And that's when the race really begins to pick up in the next 2 laps.
Yeah, the rear-facing camera, I do believe, is on the bike of Murabul Batoni. So we're looking back there.
That's on Fahmi. They've changed it today.
There's Perez going to the front there. Cardinals.
The man who's got the bike on, the camera on his back, bike number 33, Fares Putra, Mohammed Fadil. There he looks back on Pirapong Ruboipeng. Mr. Graphic Man for confirming that. Doubting myself, but Pirapong has a close look at the camera.
The right, Des.
33 leads the way, Fares Putra, Mohammed Fadil. Now that's interesting. Cardinals were very, very good. 2nd and 4th in qualification. They've had a good time here in Buriram. As they go over the line, it will be 2 laps to go, and now the race really, really begins. And there's a bit of distance there. Now 2 get a breakaway. I'm wondering if they can work together to keep the others at bay.
Here we got 2 long straights, punctuated by the 180-degree loop at turn 3. So let's see if they can that distance out of the slipstream.
In there, Pirapong goes wide. Fares takes the inside line, but no, then immediately the second Cardinals Racing man comes in, and we are back all together. Ahmed Fajrul Sham back in the mix.
Fajrul Sham looks really fit. I mean, he's not as big as his brother, Fazli Sham, but he looks really light, so he'd have an advantage here. There he is, number 11, coming up inside Waiwaji Trilaksana as they plunge through turn 4.
Bit of evasive action by Fares has pushed him back a little bit in the white and sky blue. Went from P2 down to P6 just because he had to just quickly take some evasive action. Now he's in the midst of that pack. And you mentioned Murabul Batoni. There is Murabul Batoni, 157.
Yeah, don't be surprised to see him come through at the end.
Nor Waiwaji Trilaksana in the lime green, currently in P2. So 2 of the veterans leading the way. Ahmed Fazal Sham and Wayuaji Chilaksana.
Defending champion, not so far behind them.
In P3 as they went over the start-finish line at the end of the previous lap.
Time for a rehearsal.
Race Tech, look at that. I tell you what, Barry Russell, they have been working on their tactics. They have got their bike sorted, and if that is anything to go by, Race Tech will be very confident coming into this final lap.
Yeah, they were P2 and P4 yesterday, which was an impressive start to 2024. Birapong staying with them.
Wayuaji Chilaksana, former champion, bike number 16, Aditya Fauzi. Both Indonesians, and those lime green machines, they're under a bit of pressure there from Ahmad Fazal Sham. In fact, Ahmad Fazal Sham has retaken the lead. Pirapong Luboimpeng just behind them. Ooh, once again, this is a doozy.
A variety of lines, very wide there from Pirapong. He's going to sweep in and take a very late apex. In fact, he can't even get through to the apex.
Ahmad Fazal Sham sweeps into the lead, coming into corner number 4, where you do have to be brave. At the back, Aditya Fauzi, not happy with something. There's a lot of dirt being thrown up into his visor as well. Cardinals looking on. Is that in supplication and breath?
The green is featuring again. White helmet, which means it's Wayuaji Chilaksana, and Shafiq Rosli is up there.
Nazrul Izzat's part of that little group as well.
It is coming through on the pit spike machine.
This is building up superbly. Wayuaji Chilaksana has the lead at the moment. Fahmi Bassam, bike 222, looking for a win double. Blakid Aziz just trying to edge in front of Wayuaji. Wayuaji trying to take this from the front. Pirapong Luboimpeng is also there for Thailand. Team 1 for all in P3 at the moment, but it's pit spike 2 and 3 at the moment. Afif Amran has come through as well, Barry Russell.
And has Wayuaji got himself enough momentum through that all-important final sector to get himself through on a clean line?
Akid Aziz, bike 13. Nazrul Izzat, bike number 1, the defending champion. But it's the pit spike. There is incidents once again. Coming over, Ahmad Afif Amran ahead of Nazrul Izzat. It's a Malaysia 1-2, Murabba Vitoni, Akid Aziz, Pirapong, Wayuaji Chilaksana down in P6. But what a performance by Pit Spike. They look the business, and they've got 1 and 4 for the team.
Absolutely brilliant. You can see what that meant to Afif Amran, who was down in 13th yesterday, which is another illustration of just how close this is. And another illustration is the notice on the screen that says race result under photo finish. But absolute delight there. Pit Spike, one-way JRT racing.
Less than a second between P1 and P7. Less than 2 seconds down to Aditya Fauzi in P10. Photo finishes for P3, Murabba Vitoni. I'm pretty sure Nazrul Izzat has got P2. But let's have a look here, and look at the finish here from Ahmad Afif Amran. Brilliant work by Russell.
Yeah, it was absolutely beautifully judged. Just behind Wayuaji Chilaksana, those other 2 bikes went off. We kept our eyes peeled for this. And Nazrul Izzat stands up and then pumps the bike in delight. Got a P5 yesterday, and he's got a P2 today on the podium at Chang. I told you, it was not about the rider, it was just a run of luck that he's had at Chang. He's perfectly okay here, and he's just proved it.
Ahmad Afif Amran also coming back to pick up the victory. There is, I believe, confirmation. I think this is official. 8 laps of the race. Ahmad Afif Amran from Pit Spike, one-way JRT. Tech 2 Racing taking the win. 1/10 clear of Nazrul Izzat, who himself was, well, 500ths clear of Murabba Vitoni. Akid Aziz makes it a 1-4 for Pit Spike, one-way JRT Tech. Pirapong Luboympeng for Team One for All in P5. Wayu Ajichiliksana, who got it right so often in the previous 7 laps, didn't get it right on lap 8, which was the important one for Race Tech 60. John Emerson Ngito, good to see him back in the mix in P7. And April King Moscato, a nice variety of nationalities in the top 8. Shafiq Grosley, bike 36 for Uma Racing Yamaha Maju Motor Asia in P9. Aditya Fauzi started on pole. This isn't the best of weekends for Aditya, a P4 and a P10 for him. Rekiat on P11. Ahmed Fazrul Sham, for so long a leader for Cardinals Factory Racing Team, down in P12. Again, a frantic finish, but wow, Ahmed Afi Fanram. We've seen him win Underbone 150 before, not on this bike and not for this team.
No, that was a masterful performance. We've seen him in a few different teams and a couple of different classes too. But he is a magnificent Underbone rider. And Fitzbike, after a disappointing day yesterday, are going to be very, very happy with that.
Right too.
Mint green there in the stands. I don't know if they're connected. No, they're not. They're from a Thai company. Same colour as Masato Fernando's bike. A little downcast. But a decent crowd here today. Pit walk earlier was absolutely rammed.
They always are. They're always good fun. Non-finishers, Masato Fernando again. Gupita Krishna Wardona was taken out. Hafiz Farrell, saw him crash out. Everybody got up. Fahmi Bassam was taken out in that frantic finish. He finishes P16 after a win yesterday. He's always frantic, and he's still pumped, isn't he, Ahmed Afi Fanram?
Yeah, you can see he's processing what's just happened. But yeah, he did a magnificent job here once again at Chang International.
Okay, I think Daniel is down amidst the scrum in the Parc Ferme area, although he's still waiting to pick up his microphone. As all the riders go through for scrutineering, as is always the case, the behind-the-scenes activity of the Asian Road Racing Championship, top-notch, very professional, very experienced personnel. And talking about young but already experienced personnel, let's head down to Daniel Bogas for post-race reaction.
So our 5th, back to winning ways for you, but that was one hectic race. It was super hot out there, and what a huge battle that was. How did you manage to make it at the end?
Yeah, first I want to say thank you to my team, JRT Pittsburgh Racing Team, because hard working for this weekend, very challenging from the first preseason start. We are difficult to find the team setup. So Alhamdulillah, the weather is good today. So Alhamdulillah, we get a win for the round 1, race 2, and Alhamdulillah, we get to keep more focus for the next race.
Thank you so much, Afif. Congratulations once more.
Race 2 of the season of the Underbone 150cc at the Asian Road Racing Championships at the Chang International Circuit. And Cardinals Racing in the sky blue and white getting off to a good start. Fares on board with him. He had the camera looking back, but as always with Underbone, Barry Russell, this would be a frantic contest that only really comes to life in the final lap and a half or so.
Yeah, that's right. As we saw Fazrul scamper away at the start, there was absolutely no chance of him making a getaway, and this was more like the pattern for the whole race. Fazrul kept himself in the top 5 or 6 for most of it, and that was that nasty tangle. I think all the other bikes had gone past by the time that bike shot back into the track.
One of the consistencies, though, was that Ahmed Afi Fanran's team, the Pittsbike team, they were always there as Masato Fernando goes out for the 2nd time. A lot of work to do for a new team. Good to see Masato back. But also the Race Tech team in the lime green. It looked like they were really in good nick. Most times they were in a podium position when you came over the finish line at the end of a lap, like they were rehearsing for it. I was really surprised to see them disappear. Also disappointed to see Gupita Krishna go out.
Yeah, again, no points for him this weekend. But yeah, Race Tech 60, I think it was just very small errors. You don't need to make a big error to lose 10 places in Underbones, as we know. And I think that's all it is. Overall, it was a decent weekend. Both riders showed plenty of speed, and I do think Aditya Fauzi is a good foil for the experienced Waiwaji Trilaksana.
We came to the final lap though. Race Tech were there. Waiwaji Trilaksana looks like he's in good position. Akid Aziz is there. But Ahmed Afi from bike number 50 takes a great line, cuts the corner, gets the perfect situation. Of course, there's chaos going on behind him. But Ahmed Afi from goes on to secure his first win for his new team. No wonder there are celebrations in the crew. But the race is under photo finish result. Or it was, it isn't anymore.
Yeah, it's been given to Murabul Vitoni, who I know I mentioned him rather late in the race because we know his quality. He finished third in the standings last season. Another good. Yeah, here come the colours of Buriram. Very pretty they are too.
In third place from Yamaha Elephant HP 969
onto the podium, which will,
Vitoni.
for the Underbones, be very colourful in their own right. And in third place, Murabul Vitoni. So you mentioned him late on because he was in the middle of the pack for a long time, but he timed it very, very nicely. Good result for him. Second place, defending champion Nazrul Izzat.
And your race winner
Racing.
from Pittsbike One-Way GRT Tech 2 Racing Team.
Ahmed Afi Famram, great to see him back at the top of the podium. Really good exponent of this class of racing. You've got to have a special mentality to be good at this class.
You're right, Des, and he's got it.
Okay, the Pittsbike racing team will be the team award. We'll get the awards after the national anthem of Malaysia, Negaraku. Negaraku, the Malaysian national anthem, rings out around the Chang International Circuit. Ahmed Afi Famram, first win of the season in a congested race. Delighted to welcome Mr. Sompong Chantri, the Director of the Office of the Sports Authority of Thailand Region 3, to hand out the awards to the prizes. Again, thanks to the Sports Authority of Thailand and all sponsors and all the supporters of the Asia Road Racing Championship. Buriram has become something of a second home, a first home to the ARRC. Nazrul Izzat, this takes him to the top of the overall standings already, the defending champion. Ahmed Afi Famram will be there or thereabouts as well. Picked up 3 points yesterday, 25 today.
Now to present the team awards, I would like to invite Mrs. Stefan Carpet, FIM Asia President, onto the podium.
Stefan Maki Karapie, the FIM Asia President, to hand out the team award to Pittsbike JRT Tech 2 One-Way Racing. There's a proud engineer.
Yeah. Done well with their two new riders. Is time two.
So Murabul in P3, Nazrul Izzat, defending champion in P2 and new championship leader for Uma Racing Yamaha Ajinomoto Asia. Ahmed Afi Famram from Pittsbike One-Way JRT Tech 2 Racing Team. I must ask.
Tech 3 before in other championships.
He Dunlop Hats, as everybody is, and look how congested the overall leaderboard is. 31 points. Nazrul Izzat Bahudin, the defending champion, ends the first weekend on top of the pile, but only 1 point clear of Wayu Aji Trilaksana. Wayu Aji had a P2 and a P6 this weekend. Ahmed Afif Amram, his win takes him on to 28 points. Fahmi Bassam, no points today, finished 16th, taken out on the last corner. Murul Bilbitoni, 25 points weekend for him. April King Muscada for Uma Racing Philippines, 24. That's really congested. 7 points separating P1 from P6. Aditya Fauzi, despite being on pole, he's in P7 on 19 alongside Team One for All's Pittabong Luboing Peng on bike number 14. Okay, so the chaos of the Underbones, and it's also going to be very competitive at the AP250s, which is coming up after a very short break. We've got 3 more big races coming your way this afternoon from the Chang International Circuit. You're watching the Asian Road Racing Championships 2024.
IDEMITSU IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. IDEMITSU IRG7.
We welcome you back to the 27th running of the Asian Road Racing Championships. 27 years, well 29 in total, a couple of years off with the dreaded COVID. For the last 10 years of these, IDEMITSU have been proud sponsors and welcome sponsors of this competition. The track temperatures are 36 degrees at the moment. It is hot out there, it's fairly humid. As for IDEMITSU, well, we're celebrating 10 years association with them, and we have a chance to catch up with the Managing Director of IDEMITSU Lube Asia Pacific, Mr. Masanori Enomoto. And I think Daniel Bogas, our hard-working and very, very hot pitside reporter, is talking to Mr. Enomoto.
We're down here on the grid for the AP250 race, and with beside me right now is Mr. Masanori, Mr. Masanori Enomoto, Managing Director of IDEMITSU Lube Asia Pacific. So it's been 10 years, this partnership between IDEMITSU and ARC. So the first one I want to ask you is, how has the partnership evolved over 10 years?
Oh yes, it's a very pleasure. How can I say? It's a very honored to have the privilege to sponsorship with TWMR, with IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship for coming 10 years. As a Japanese lubricants manufacturer, we supply high quality products to all of our customers, and we delivered our passion to this industry.
Definitely, we can see that passion. So next question would be, what is your overall view of the ARC Championship?
Oh, it's a very nice, very nice. ARRC provide a chance for the all of the riders, and remain big footprint to the two-wheel motorsports in Asia Pacific region.
And last but not least, I would like to ask you, what is your favorite category of race to watch in the ARC?
It's a very difficult question. Yeah, I believe all of the riders and the teams, and including the new teams, they are making an exciting race, overall. Then I hope everybody making a good race, of course today and the entire this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Masanori. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
A very diplomatic answer from a very, very good supporter of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. 10 years, that means that something has gone right in a partnership there, Barry Russell.
It certainly has, and we were talking about new partnerships earlier on, but this lasting one has been absolutely wonderful with IDEMITSU FIM Asia. It's something that, as a commentator, that trips off the tongue without me even thinking about it.
Indeed, indeed. Right, this is the circuit for round one, race number 2 of the AP 250 category. We are at Buriram. We mentioned the long straight on the from turn 1 to turn 3, the little kink in turn 2, but it's always the technical area leading through to turn 12 that is such fun. AP 250 race 1 took place yesterday. Let's catch up on the best of the highlights on how things went. Yeah, race 1 yesterday, and look out for the Yamaha Racing Indonesia pairing. Bikes 36 and 38 of Araya Gaska and Ferozi Torikatula. There they are, they're 1 and 4 just at the moment. They would finish 1 and 2, Barry Russell, but once again, it would always come down to the final corner before things were really decided.
Yeah, the closeness of this action, as you mentioned yesterday, Des, was much closer to what we expect to see in Underbones. Really was an absolutely thrilling race. The technical regs have been changed, and they have made this much, much tighter competition.
Yeah, the Yamahas, the Hondas and the Kawasaki's, they are different bikes, but they have been tweaked to make it as competitive as possible. That is something that the organisers were very keen to establish. They got it absolutely right throughout. Yesterday, there were a number of leaders. Irfan Haikal was in the lead at one stage. Cao Vietnam, bike number 65 for Honda Racing Vietnam. He was doing well as well for much of the period.
Yeah, Cao Vietnam featuring at the front and looking very comfortable at the front for much of it. So at the end, there were tears. We will see. But Herjan Atner mentioned earlier that he's had to work a lot harder to remain competitive, and that is because of the equalising effect of the regulations. There's a rider going out there. That's Aiki Iyoshi on the Kawasaki R25. The R25 is much heavier, 20 kilograms heavier, and he was having trouble with the braking as a result.
But he will once again be competitive. He's got an awful lot of great straight line speed. Then it comes down to the final lap, and Herjan Atner was doing well. Cao Vietnam would eventually be pushed out, looking for bike number 65. He's just eased out of the way. That allows the two Yamahas of Ferozi and Araya Gaska to come through in P1 and 2. Cao Vietnam is stood up and is actually taken out of the reckoning, but that's a superb 1-2. Both the riders absolutely delighted, celebrating as they go over the line. Ferozi, Araya Gaska, Herjan Atner for Astra Honda coming in P3. Okay, before we really discuss what happened in race number 1, let's go down and get some preparations for race number 2. Daniel Bogas is amidst the heat down there. It's nearly 60 degrees trackside. Daniel, how are you doing?
So we're back down here on the grid in the heat, arguably next to one of the hottest bikes on this grid, the ZX254, helmed by Aiki Yoshi. So, Aiki, it's a new season with a new bike. How do you feel about the new bike right now?
Yeah, bike is very strong and top speed very fast. But another rider very fast and good rider. Yesterday race 1 is break trouble, no finish. But I can fight this bike. Very fast. I'll do my best.
Thank you so much, Aiki. Good luck. We do love the sound of the bike. So I'm just going to squeeze past now, and we're going to head back a couple of rows to one of the newcomers to this category, and also a familiar green color, but it's not the Kawasaki. We're going to talk to Chun Cheng Zhang. Try to grab a quick word before everyone gets rushed off. Let's see if we can get a quick word. So it's your first time as a full season rider in ARC. How has it been so far?
I feel so happy. Yeah, I enjoy racing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this race. And back to you, Desenberry.
One of 3 Chinese racers on the grid. Good to see this variety of nations. China, we visit there, but very rarely do we get competitive Chinese racers. But there's a chunk of initiatives going on at the moment. And good to see Cheng Zhang from TY Antara's racing team at the back of the grid, but hoping to be competitive, Barry.
But making progress all the way through, as the other 2 Chinese debutants in this category have been too. There is yesterday's race winner and rider of the weekend in this category, Ferozi Torakatula. He's really got to grips with the R3.
Carrying on from last season, Herjan Atna Ferdaus. He's the one remaining 250cc operator for Astra Honda. The others from last season have disappeared up to the 600cc, so a little bit lonely. He does have a teammate, of course. But alongside him is the Vietnamese Cao Vietnam, who at one stage we thought was actually nailed on to get himself on a podium and then lost out on the final corner, as so many people do here at Buriram.
Yep, they do. That was unfortunate for him. Be great, talking about different nationalities, be great to see a Vietnamese rider on the podium. The other 2 Vietnamese riders in this category also going well, Ton An Pu and Hu Tri.
Yeah, they actually came after each other, all 3 of the Honda Vietnam riders yesterday. 1 minute warning is there. So activity as everybody disappears. Herjan Anna gets a little high five. But look at the blue Yamaha Racing Indonesia bikes. Arai, bike number 38 on the left of the screen. P6 on pole, and yesterday's winner, Ferozi Torakatula, I saw win in 1 Prix 150 Underbone a couple of years ago. Was virtually unbeatable. He's taken that up to the 250s as well.
Yeah, it's good to see. He started to become prominent late last season. They've got this new bike. Really made the most of it.
He's becoming fairly prominent in this 250 category. And Atner, of course, from Astra Honda. Araya Gaska, who also came to prominence for us on the ARC last year. He's in there, and Yandra Trihardika. Eye out for him. We'll talk you through all of the starters, all 22 starters for this race 2 of 12 of the season. IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Champion. First row of the grid, Ferozi Torakatula, Yamaha Racing Indonesia, winner yesterday. Herjan Adna Ferdaus from Astra Honda Racing. Cao Vietnam, Honda Racing Vietnam.
On row 2, Astra Honda's latest prodigy, Kiandra Ramadeepa. P4, next to him, P5, Irfan Heikel, and outside of him, Arai Agaska, Yamaha's latest prodigy.
Back up to 250, Pewa Patumyas from the East NJT Racing Team, local Thai team. Alongside him, Rachub Timon, both on Honda CBR 250 RRs. And Sharafuddin Azman, thought he got a podium yesterday, was actually just edged out into P4.
On row 4, aboard the Motul Sniper Manual Tech Kawasaki R25, Aiki Iyoshi. Next to him for East NJT, Warwick Tom Nopakun, and outside of him, Yuan Hu Tri.
Teammate for Hu Tri is Ton An Pu on P13, bike number 19, Honda Racing Vietnam, alongside Yandra Trihardika for Motul Sniper Mantech. He's on the second Kawasaki. And then Alfonso Reyes Santos Dakigan for SDG Team Hawk Pro Philippines.
And in P16, leading row 6, Shunzhen Zhang from China. Next to him, his compatriot Gaozi Ang, and outside Vrey Marco Suba for Pitspike.
And then we have Kevin Quintal, who crashed out yesterday, IDEMITSU Honda Racing India. Looking forward to see how Kevin is able to develop this season. Alongside him is Pacharagon, the third East NJT Racing Team rider. And then Musim Parambin from IDEMITSU Honda Racing India.
And rounding off the field on row 8, Longnan Zhe from Hong Kong. And I lost the name as the graphics
Wang
went.
Jiadong from
Wang
Victor
Jiadong,
Racing.
yeah, Wang Jiadong's been putting in some really good work this weekend too.
For the Chinese racers, it's a case of improvement, incremental improvement. For Bunshu Honda, it's a case of trying to relive or regain the glory days of, well, it's quite a long while ago since they were the team to beat.
Michael went well yesterday, and so did the newcomer, Sarafuddin Azman.
12 laps of the circuit. We are underway. Fairozi in the Yamaha gets off to a nice clean start. And Fairozi, yesterday's race winner, bike number 36, joined by Arai in P3, Herjanatna in between them. But these Yamahas, they've done something good on these Yamahas at the moment, Barry Russell.
That was another brilliant launch by Fairozi from pole position, so he's converted that nicely into P1. Once again, Cal Vietnam joining the leaders. He's just, oh, look at that, Herjanatna on the Astra Honda. And Cal Vietnam have gone past Fairozi on the straight, and so has Irfan Haikal.
Interestingly, the heavier Kawasaki's very slow off the line, but they'll try to make up that ground a little bit later on these, maybe on the long straights. 25 Watrin Tubtimon from East NJT makes a move at the moment, but it's Herjanatna, and he's joined once again by Cal Vietnam. Cal Vietnam, interviewed before the race yesterday, looked, well, he didn't sound confident, but he looked as though he really means business. Will have been so frustrated to have lost places on the last corner yesterday.
Yeah, he was, absolutely. He's normally quite talkative, but didn't want to talk too much about it when I saw him in pit lane yesterday. He will make his statement, hopefully, on track today.
You're quite right. Even today, he was very taciturn, didn't want to be talking about anything yesterday, but he's leading at the moment. Very, very early stages, but Cal Vietnam for Honda Racing Vietnam. Vietnam looking to make one or two waves on the ARRC. Time member of the pack. He wants to be a leader of the pack.
Yeah, and Haikal there in P4 or 5. Looking much more aggressive this season. We've known his talent for a long time. And he's got another rising star next to him, Kiandra Ramadipa. Cal Vietnam leads across the line again, as he did several times yesterday.
Yeah, Cal Vietnam leads from Fairozi, Herjanatna, Araya Gaska, Irfan Haikal, Kiandra Ramadipa, bike 212, Watcherin and Sharafuddin Azman. Once again, he's made a very, very decent start. Damok, as they call him in Malaysia, returning from the Worlds.
And the East NJT making their presence felt in this leading group as well.
Ayoshi, the first of the Kawasaki's, just in the green, just on the outside extremities there. He'll like the long straights, but the heavier bike might find it a little bit difficult if he gets the line wrong through the squiggly parts of Buriram.
Overheating brakes that ended his race early yesterday. He changed the front brake disc, so hopefully that will work today. He says he thinks it will. Quite chipper, Aiki Yoshi, before the race.
Always is, to be fair. He's confident. In the way, Herjanatna Firdaus. Now Vietnam tucked in behind him. Good to see, though, that Kiandra, like 212, is also in there, the second Astra Honda Racing member. Remember, they were 1, 2, 3 in the overall championship in this category last season, Astra Honda Racing. So there's a fair amount of pressure on Kiandra Ramadipa to continue that kind of success.
Last season, of course, it was Racer Danica who won the championship, and also Veda Egger moved up into 600s, accompanying Herjan. New look, Astra Honda.
A very familiar look of Astra Honda leading the way. They've got the Yamahas there of Fairozi, just taking the inside line. The Astra Honda is able to hold on. Fairozi goes through in P2. It's Honda Yamaha. Kawasaki still at the back there, trying to desperately hold on. Green livery of Ayaki Yoshi goes through in P9.
Yeah, Aragaska experimenting with a line, I noticed, through turn 12. Did make up a couple of places, so it's a worthwhile experiment.
10-lap race, so we're fifth of the way through. If you're going to experiment, now is a good time to do it, because if you do get it wrong, there is an opportunity just to make up a little bit of ground. So I can make up ground. The Kawasaki of Ayoshi is there. Oh, slipping out.
Down goes.
It's 41.
It's Irfan Haikal.
Oh, Irfan Haikal, that is completely his own mistake. Hidemitsu Bunshu Honda seemed to lose the front end. A bit of debris. It's off the circuit though, and the marshals are in very quickly, and Irfan Haikal, that's frustrating for him. Frustrating for Bunshu.
They've got one rider left. Considerable presence of Sarifuddin Azman on the number 63 bike, who is somewhere in this pack. Back of it, I suspect. At top speeds, very close to 200 kilometers per hour for Aiki Iyoshi on that four-cylinder screamer of a Kawasaki.
You would think that he would have the straight line speed. There's a much more grunt on that engine, but the organisers make sure there's an equality between all the machines. The Kawasaki, if they get it right, become a real competitor.
Two NJT bikes of Warwick and Watcherin.
Saw a quick shot there of Sharafuddin, but Cal Vietnam once again leads the way, and there is Sharafuddin.
He's got Piawat Patumios, no less, behind him.
Piawat stepping up. He was in TVS 1 make last year, wasn't he? So he's in the top 10 here. Irfan Haikal drops out of the leaderboard after that, that crash. That was his own fault. Kevin Quintal down in P15 for India. Just look at the Chinese racers who we spoke about. You've got Gao Jiang in P16, Wang Jiadong in P18, and Zheng Jiang has dropped down to P20. Something's gone wrong for bike number 40 on TY Antara's racing team.
You know those new Chinese riders, they're all within 3 seconds of the best times being set by the guys at the front, all of whom have international experience. They're doing well.
China next on the ARRC agenda. We go to Zhuhai for round 2, races 3 and 4 of the 12 race season.
Oh, Kawasaki power as they go into turn 4. Aiki Iyoshi has got weight of that sorted out.
Looks like he's got it right today, doesn't it? It's looking impressive.
Yeah, we know Aiki Iyoshi's quality. He's shown the best consistency, but this is the year where he needs to show what he's capable of. He's got a new bike.
Would imagine on a circuit like Buriram, where you've got those long straights, and even in the technical area, if you get the line right, you can actually get an awful lot of momentum coming out of these corners. That the Kawasaki would be very, very strong.
Going to need to keep the revs up. The gearing is going to be totally different. Two-cylinder bikes that he's competing with. Good to see him close to the front now.
Slams on the brakes, that's where the problem is, because it's a heavy old machine. Able just to switch back. He'll be in P2, but that's one to keep an eye out there. Ayoshi comes through in P2, 0.7 of a second, 700ths down behind Cal Vietnam. A Vietnamese, Japanese, Indonesian 1, 2, 3. There's the ARRC in a nutshell.
And it's so good to see 3 manufacturers in that leading group too.
Araya on the Yamaha 1, 2 yesterday, don't forget. Kawasaki and Honda of various team denominations will to pull that one back. Yamaha won 3 of the 5 categories yesterday, and they couldn't win one of them because it's a TVS 1 make. So Yamaha had the whip hand yesterday.
Yeah. Aiki Iyoshi looking quite confident on the brakes there. He was really braking hard for turn 3. Control.
He can keep it fluent. He said that the brakes overheated yesterday. You can understand why. He can get the right line, and you can get the right line if you're leading. If you're in the midst of the pack, you're bouncing around all over the place, but now he can dictate the race. Aiki Iyoshi.
3, Kawasaki, Yamaha, Honda.
the man who came P2 yesterday. Arai Agaska in P2. Cal Vietnam is in there as well. The local East NJT racers are in there as well. Watcher in and Warrit.
Back all four of them. Here, what? Pacharagon's a little bit further down, stand-in rider. Here comes Aiki Yoshi again. Looks as though he's got the advantage into turn 12.
See, it's when he doesn't have to brake too early, when he can set the pack, when he can set the line going into turn 12. Yoshi looks strong. Admittedly, we are just halfway through this race, but certainly an improvement for Aiki Ayoshi and Kawasaki from yesterday. Motul Sniper Mantech engineers clearly been working every possible way to get the best out of this machine.
Once again, have to shout out to the people creating the technical regulations for the level playing field that they've created for these three very different bikes.
Coming through, Arai Agaska, new name, but Arai Agaska Devani Laksana. Taking over. Cal Vietnam once again has spent an awful lot of time at the front. It's a 5-6 man train with Kiandra and Farozi. So on the back of Herjan Atna. Oh, this is building up nicely. It's so competitive, it is Underbone-esque. It is going to be that close coming into the final corner, you suspect.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to get away. Vietnam does look comfortable at the front, but he's not going to make a break, be able to make a break.
Yamaha Garage there looking on. Didn't look exactly worried. They got it so right yesterday. Onto the final corner, a 1-2. Both riders were celebrating for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. And not surprisingly, 38 is Arai Agaska. Farosi was on pole, 36, a little bit further behind at the moment. But once again, so this is 3 laps in a row now. The Kawasaki of Aiki Ayoshi has been at the front.
Astra Honda definitely not having it their own way or anything like it. The riders crossing the line 4th and 6th that time around.
A little bit further down, Sharafuddin Azman is just at the tail end of that first group. 1, 2, 3, yeah, 9 there. Sharafuddin just keeping in touch, but he and the East NJT racers not being able to make a real impact on the front 6. They're there, but only in spirit. Wide this time for Ayoshi. Behind them, Vietnamese pairing of Tonam Phu and Hu Tri. They're having a little inter-country race themselves. The engineers have done their part. Ayoshi still leads the way.
Yeah, this is really interesting.
Fascinating, isn't it? It's good.
Yeah. Saki, Yamaha, Honda. Front 3.
The guys behind Sharafuddin, is he just holding his powder drive for the last couple of laps? He's consistently been 2 seconds behind.
I don't think he's keeping his powder dry. I think he's doing his best. I mean, he's a great racer, we know, and you do learn a thing or two about racecraft in Moto 3, to say the least.
But he's not right on the back there, and he's not really been challenging, has he? Keep an eye on Sharafuddin Azman. He got P4 yesterday, but P9 at the moment. It's Ayoshi once again. If his machinery holds up, he'll be hoping to stay in control. 4 laps in a row now. Ayoshi has been leading, coming over the line. Now we're getting to the business end as Kiandra goes over in P4. The first time Fairozi Torikatila makes his way through to the lead. Yesterday's winner, the pole sitter. Ayoshi drops down to P3. Again, Cal Vietnam is in that group. Bike number 65 for Vietnam. Loving this.
Variety of bikes, variety of nationalities.
Building up beautifully. Cal Vietnam this time takes the nice tight line through the hairpin at the end of the long straight. Takes the Kawasaki of Ayoshi with him.
Corner speed there from the Kawasaki was good. That was really good work by Aiki.
Total Sniper Mantek team. His partner hasn't quite been as effective today. Leandra.
Experienced. Some way down, I can't see him.
Yeah, down in P17, so out of the reckoning. Leandra will be it's a heavy old bike in these conditions as well. And Cal Vietnam leads the way. 2.5 laps to go. Enjoying Keandra's ride. Again, I'm still keeping an eye on Sharafood, and I am wondering, is he holding something back? You suspect not.
He'd have made his presence felt by now if he had the pace.
So Cal Vietnam leads the way. Keandra, sorry, takes the narrow first line, and once again, bikes 117 and 18, exceeding track limits. Bike 18 is one of the Vietnamese racers, but Aoshi, 5 laps in a row, he has led going over the finish line. The most important lap to lead, though, is the last one.
Yeah, and it's Keandra that leads them up the long drag to turn 3 and flips across to the right-hand side of the track. Let's see how that works out. He chops across that kink. Yeah, he was out-dragged there by Cal Vietnam. No shortage of speed on that Vietnamese Honda.
Cal Vietnam, that's all very tight, goes around the outside. There's Aoshi, and Aoshi has been pushed back to P6 at the moment. Now then, that is impressive from Keandra Ramadeepa. Looks like he's just timed it.
It's not a place you'd expect a rider to sit up and take a look behind. Maybe that was inexperience by the young Indonesian.
Deceptive, the height of that little hill.
Yeah, you do come into turn 4 blind.
You come into the technical area, heading out towards the famous hotel. Andra and Persian Atna, Astra Honda Racing, back where they like to be. Cal Vietnam, it's Honda.
Yeah, if anybody's, sorry Des, but if anybody's been keeping his powder dry, I suspect it's Hergen. Does have the experience. He's timing his run quite well. Maybe he's going to be right at the front. They're going to come round turn 12 for the penultimate time now. There are 8 bikes in that group.
Certainly are, and this time the Kawasaki is not leading. So maybe the others just let him use his tyres and think that he was going to get things all his own way. Instead, it's Hergen Atna and Arai Agaska, 2 and 3 yesterday, 1 and 2 today. We are on the final lap, all to race for. Sharafudim is still down in P9. I think you are dead right. Hergen Atna has made a real burst to get away, and a little bit of gravel kicked up there by Ferozi and Aoshi. Hergen Atna goes wide to try and chop off the corner, and he does do.
Aggressive around that turn also was Cal Vietnam, who emerges in P3. Hergen leads the drag down towards turn 4 for Ozi Torikatula behind him.
9 in a row. Sharafuddin just begin to make a move. See, bike number 63 at the back. He's got inside one of the Yamahas. He's got inside Arai. Ferozi back up to the front.
Baki of Aikiyoshi in P5 currently.
Everybody looking tense. Quite rightly, this is a wonderful build up to a final corner 12. Hergen Atna in control at the moment. Once again, Ferozi, everybody eyes glued upon what's going on the circuit. Hergen from Ferozi looking for a win double. Aoshi, has he got the pace? Has he got the ability? He was leading for so long, or in the leading pack, but now shunted down to P5. Cao Vietnam forced out on the final corner yesterday. This time the number 65 tries to go on the inside. Herjan Atner, bike 46. Can he take it in? Oh, Fairozi tries to go for it. Look at that. Cao Vietnam overdoes it. Cao Vietnam drops out. Herjan Atner comes through. Aoshi takes P2. And Herjan Atner takes the victory. Aoshi on the Kawasaki ahead of Sharafuddin Azman, who picks up a podium. Cao Vietnam digs himself out of the gravel for the second race in a row. Turn 12 does him.
12 does him. And Des, I have to say, you were right about Sharafuddin Azman. He came through well, where everybody was so tense on that final lap. You could see it in the body language of the riders. But he did come through to take the podium. He felt very aggrieved that he didn't make the podium yesterday. Herjan that took that P3 after a long delay in the steward's decision. But wonderful to see Aiki Yoshi put that Kawasaki on the podium too.
Absolutely fabulous finish. Look at the way they come through here. It's once again 36 Fairozi. As Cao Vietnam goes out, Fairozi has to hold on for grim death to avoid going out himself, and on the line Herjan Atner, brilliant from him, and Sharafuddin comes through in P3. Oh wow, that's pretty good. It was building up. Everybody had their own tactics going on. Aoshi will take immense confidence, I think, from the fact that he was able to come through from P6 to take P2 on the final half lap.
Yeah, he had a really good race all the way through, Aiki Yoshi.
So here are the official results. Herjan Atner third house. Astra Honda Racing takes it 2/10 clear of Aiki Aoshi from Motul Sniper Mantech. Sharafuddin Azman adds a P3 to his P4 yesterday for IDEMITSU Bunshu Honda Racing Team. Peewat Patumyas came from nowhere for East NJT Racing. That's really good play from them. Araya Gaska drops down to P5, but a podium and a P5, that's a good weekend. Keandra Ramadeepa, the youngster, will learn from that for Astra Honda Racing. Fairozi, a P7 to add to his P1 yesterday. And Warit Tong Nokukan for East NJT Racing Team, rounding out the top 8. This, Barry Russell, is going to be some season.
Yeah, and once again, you're looking at, a second between the top 8.
SDG Team Hawk Pro Honda, Alfonso Reyes Santos da Kigan in P9, just 8 seconds adrift. And then Ton Ampu beats Cao Vietnam, poor old Vietnam. Twice now he's come across on turn 12, but he's going to be a contender. Pacharagorn in P12. Kevin Quintal did well, 15 seconds behind in P13 to beat off Hu Tri, who beat China's Gao Jiang, who'll pick up his first points for Team One for All. Further down, Mohsin Paraban. Disappointing weekend for Mohsin, but Idemitsu Honda Racing India will be happy to get some laps under their belt. The second Kawasaki of Deandra in P17. Zhang Shun Cheng for TY Antares, 36 seconds off the pace. Just getting ahead of Wang Jiadong. That's a good recovery from Shun Cheng Jiang. Nang Tse in P20, 47 seconds down. Wacherin and Irfan Heikel very early on. They didn't complete the race. Ray R. Makusova is finding life very difficult in this his debut season. So into the Parc Ferme, Herjan Atner and Astra Honda Racing. Well, they were all conquering last year and they've won this one, Barry, but I'd be really surprised if they're all conquering this year as well.
Yeah, I can't see it myself, but that was a really good result. Herjan Atner will have had to have worked very hard for that win. He gets congratulations from Sharafuddin down there in Parc Ferme as the other riders queue up to get into the technical control area. And you're right, it was really good from Peewat Patumyos, who got the better of Araya Gaska, who was second yesterday.
It was almost like that Sharafuddin and the East NJT racers, they were saying, okay, let those front six go and do what they do. We just need the last 6 or 7 kilometers to really get into contention.
Yeah, and East NJT, credit to them. They had 2 riders within 0.9.
Okay, I believe we can go down to Daniel to get some reaction. I'm fascinated to hear what the racers are thinking about what's just happened.
We're down here in Park Ferme after AP 250 with Sharfid and Osman. First of all, congratulations, fantastic P3. We saw you drop to the back of the group, and then on that last lap, you just muscled your way through. How was that race?
Yeah, firstly, I would like to say thank you so much and syukur alhamdulillah, and thank you so much for the team to work hard this weekend. And today race was really difficult for me because I lose a lot with the front group in the straight. So I try to manage not to lose the group, but last lap I try to take this opportunity to go in the front because everybody is fighting for the first position. So for me, I'm happy to be in the podium. So I need to keep working with the team to improve the bike. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sharfid and Osman. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And now we're going to go to P2. The green screamer, the ZX25 rider, Aiki Yoshi. So Aiki, finally we see the ZX25 onto the podium, but it wasn't an easy race. You had the lead for a while and then they came charging back, but you managed to fight to a fantastic second. Tell us about the race.
Yeah, it was a very good race, very intense battle. Honestly, every rider very fast, good riders. Last lap, last corner, overtake very difficult. So, but I'm very happy to back to podium. I can fight ZX20RR. I'll do my best next round. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aiki. Congratulations once again. And now we're going to head to the race winner, Herjan Adnan Firdaus. Herjan yesterday had a really huge battle to beat. And this time round, Herjan victorious. Herjan, that wasn't an easy race. We saw a big battle, but on that last lap, you managed to pull the gap and you held it all the way to the last turn. How was that race?
Yes, thank you to my team to give me the best bike here, the best Honda bike in RRC. And in the last lap, I make some mistakes with the shifting. So my shifting miss shifting, so I get to lose the pace, and then in the last corner I try to defense, and I can take the first position. For the next race, I will target the first position again. Thank you.
Thank you, Herjan. Congratulations again.
Reliving the best of the race of the AP 250 at Buriram, a 10-lap race, and it was Fairozi, winner yesterday and fastest in qualification, who got off to the best start as well. But in this AP 250 season, I don't think any one bike is going to dominate Barry Russell. As you can see, everybody is bunching up very, very quickly, including the Kawasaki of Ayoshi, who had come through from a slow start to actually be very, very competitive.
That's right, he was a long way back at the beginning, which I was feeling a little bit disappointed about, but I was thinking about who are the big winners here, and I have to say it's the people who wrote the regulations, who rewrote the regulations to make this such a close contest.
In the front, bike number 65, Cal Vietnam. Keep an eye out for him. Van Heikel spins off. That's just a rider error from Irfan. He will continue to learn, and I'm sure there'll be a little bit of sympathy for him, but so learn from that. But Cal Vietnam, bike number 65, he'll look back on this weekend with real mixed feelings. He'll think, listen, I know I'm competitive, I know I can ride at the front, but gosh, I've got to finish races.
Yeah, absolutely, he has. And yeah, he was fast all the way through. He took himself out entirely on his own, as we'll see in a few moments.
Meantime, Ayoshi, having spent 5 laps at the front, comes to the final lap and he finds himself way down in P5, in fact P6 at one stage. Herjan Adnan led all the way through and controlled this final lap. He did come under pressure from Fairozi and from Cal Vietnam. This is where Cal Vietnam looks like he's got himself into a good position, tries to take too much of a gamble here, Cal Vietnam. You just cannot cannot go that tight into turn number 12. Loses it, and Herjan Adna is able just to carry on, take the victory. Aoshi takes on P2. Sharafuddin Azman comes in P3, and there was a lot of contact going on behind.
Yeah, there was. I think that was Kiandra pointing their fingers at each other, Kiandra and Piawat.
Anyway, on to the podium. The result is there. The tiger helmet for Sharafuddin, Damok as they call him. And that's a decent return to the Asian Road Racing Championship for Sharafuddin.
And a very decent return to the podium for Aiki Aoshi.
And Herjan Adna Firdous, a P3 in race 1, a P1 in race 2. And that is without him being at his imperious best, you feel. That is ominous, perhaps, for the rest of the field. Astra Honda Racing will take the team award. And for the first time today, we will listen to the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Four wins for Herjan Adna in the 2023 Asian Road Racing Championship at 250cc. 2 wins the previous season, so that's win number 7 for Herjan Adna. Stefan Maki Karapie handing out the awards. Sharafuddin Azman did come through. That powder was indeed being kept dry.
You're right, Des.
We love it when you say that. P2 going to Aoki Aoshi on that heavy Kawasaki. And the winner, Herjan Adna, win number 7 at AP 250. A very, very consistent racer. Astra Honda are lucky to have him, and he is lucky to have Astra Honda. It's a good partnership.
It is indeed. That was real quality ride, I think, for Herjan.
Mr. Sandeep Sharma, Executive Director, Corporate Communications and Branding for the Indian Oil Corporation Limited, hands out the team prize to Astra Honda Racing Team. Again, it's great to have Indian Oil as the official fuel partner for the Asian Road Racing Championship for this season and the next 2.
Once again for the AP 250 race winners.
Sharafuddin in P3, Aoshi in P2, Herjan Adna in P1. Means in the overall championship standings is good news for Herjan Adna Firdous and Astra Honda Racing. And who's looking very cool, very suave, very happy, because he's top of the overall standings. 7 points clear of Fairozi Torakatula for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Arai Agaska, a 31-point weekend. That's a good weekend for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Sharafuddin Azman eases himself back onto the Asia Road Racing Championships for Idemitsu Bunshu Honda, 29 points for him. Kiandra, a youngster, 21 points. Aoshi, after a frustrating time yesterday, picks up 20 points today. A DNF yesterday, picks up 20 points today. And East NJT Racing Team, they'll be happy with that return from Warit and Piawat Patumyas, 18 and 17 points respectively this weekend. So they are our top 8 as we move to our final 2 races of this weekend. It's been very, very good so far at the Chang International Circuit. The colours of Buriram, therefore, all to see, bottom right of your screen. Buriram is a beautiful part of eastern Thailand, northeastern Thailand as they call it. It's always great fun and a warm welcome when we are here. And when we come back, we will be moving up a gear to the Supersport 600cc. Do stay with us on the Asian Road Racing Championships, brought to you with IDEMITSU.
IDEMITSU IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. IDEMITSU IRG7. IDEMITSU engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of IDEMITSU.
The warmest of welcomes back to the Asia Road Racing Championships. We're off to the Chang International Circuit. We are in Thailand for round 1 of 6 of this, the 27th competitive season of the ARRC. Des Corkill alongside Barry Russell as we move our attentions towards the Supersport 600cc, where yesterday, Barry, it was one of the local superstars, Apiwat Wongthananon, who made himself very, very much at home.
Yeah, Apiwat looking very supremely comfortable on the Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia R6. We saw him win here and take a strategic 2nd place at the end of last season. He was absolutely brilliant yesterday, and he expects himself to do the same again today.
Okay, we said he was brilliant yesterday. Let's have a look at exactly how brilliant he was with a look at the highlights. Okay, race number 1. This took place on Saturday. Race number 1. There is Apiwat. He got off to a storming start. Bike number 24 coming through in the Yamaha blue. He was 3rd on the grid, but by the time they reached the first corner, he was leading, and he would effectively be in the lead for the rest of the 12 laps.
Yeah, Helmi just got a nose in front, but it lasted moments before Apiwat took it back.
Helmi Azman and his friend and colleague Ajray Hakim Amwar from Idemitsu Bunshu Honda, they were hoping that they would be able to really work in tandem to hold off the challenge of Apiwat Wongthananon. This is the time when Helmi just tried to ease his way into front, but as you can see, coming at the end of the first lap, Apiwat he owns this circuit. You said it in commentary yesterday, and I kind of looked askance at you, but he does own this circuit. He's been here so many times.
Yeah, I've seen him look in contempt at riders that, oh, and there goes Azroy Hakim Anwar.
That was a mistake from Azroy Hakim, and that took away the team possibilities for IDEMITSU Bunshu Honda to try to work Helmi and Azroy, who can work as a team so often, just to try to eat into Apiwat. It meant it was a one-on-one, man-on-man, Apiwat versus Helmi, and Apiwat was going to win that one hands down.
Yeah, Azroy's good at managing his tyres as well, so it's a shame we didn't get to see the possibilities there.
Behind them, there was a good little battle going on between Wahyu Nugroho. Also, we had Piatisuk and Reza Danik Arons. He was coming in as well, bike number 123, stepping up from the AP 250s where he was champion yesterday. But by the time we got to the final lap, you look at Apiwat and he is so far ahead. The real problem for Helmi Asman is just to make sure he stays ahead of this little group, which includes Adanantra Putra, it included Veda Ega, and it included also the man who came in P3, Adanantra.
Yeah, and Wahyu Nugroho really fancied first race, first podium. He would miss it out, as we're about to see, by 5/1000ths of a second difference.
Yar would come through in 11th place. The race was under investigation, nothing to do with Apiwat though. Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia, well, were imperious yesterday.
Absolutely brilliant win for them. You have McKinley Carl Paz as well this season. Another look there at Chang International Circuit with its fast straights and its flowing technical part as well. Really challenging circuit this, the faster you go.
5 left turns, 7 right turns, and this main straight is where the grid is, of course, and down on the grid amongst that scrum of riders and technicians is our very own Daniel Bogus.
It is building up once again for the Super Sport 600. We're down here on the grid in a very, very hot and sunny Chang International Circuit. We're going to talk to Azroy Hakim Anwar from IDEMITSU Bunshu Honda Racing. We're going to talk about the crash that he had yesterday. So Azroy, we all saw the crash that you had in the race. We've all watched it multiple times, but could you tell us from your opinion what happened?
That time when I crashed, I feel a little bit disappointed with myself because I feel that too much eager for that overtake. So that touch made me crash after that. So now for today's race, I want to always be in the front, fight every lap also on the front and finish the race on the front.
Thank you so much, Azroy. Good luck. And now we're going to head to row 2. We're going to talk to number 31, Tanat Long Pleo. He's just doing some prayers before he heads out, so we're just going to allow him to have his moment for a second. There's a lot of people on grid for this round. The weather, however, is bringing out plenty of umbrellas. Can imagine we're looking at track temperatures around just above the mid 55 degrees Celsius. Air temperature about hovering around 37, 38. So let's talk to Tanat now that we have him. So Tanat, it was a strong performance yesterday from you, and you're in front of your home crowd today. So what can we expect from you in this race?
Yeah, today I will do my best. Last day I can target to top 5. Today I have target to top 3. I want to podium. I want to thank my friend and my family and Thai Honda. Thank you.
Love the confidence. Can't wait to see it. Thank you. Good luck. So now we're going to head back one more row to row 3. And we're going to talk to a very speedy rookie, but he is not riding like a rookie at all. He's riding like someone who's ridden 600s for years. It is none other than Wahyu Nugroho. Let's get a quick word with Wahyu. So Wahyu, cooling off we see. But so yesterday, P4 in race 1, and it's a strong start from you for this new season. How has it been so far this weekend?
Yeah, yesterday was very good race for me, but it was tough. It's difficult, but I will try more my best for this race. I hope I can get more better result. So I just want to get more experience.
The temperature is the hottest it's been all week. Do you think is this concerning you by any means?
Yeah, I think it's very hot. Even the wind is very hot.
Indeed, completely agreed. Thank you so much. Good luck for this race. Back to you, Des and Barry.
Yep, that is a cool hat that Wayu Nugroho was wearing.
Certainly is. Can tell you that the minute board is being held up by a famous singer called Beer the Voice, famous in Thailand. That is a lady who's got over 3 million followers on social media. She's an artist who releases songs and is talented and charming. Right, back onto the grid and onto the racing. And for Helmi Asman, he'll hope that his sidekick can stay on the track this time, because I think IDEMITSU Bunchu Honda as a team have got a chance. Individually, I fear for them.
Yeah, they have different riding styles, although they're so close in times. And Azroy is just a little bit more wheels in line. There is yesterday's winner, a sea of blue, and with the matching sunglasses. As I said earlier, he expects himself to win today, so let's see if he can do it. Let's see if Bunchu Honda can spoil his plans.
We missed Apiwat last year. He came in very, very late as a wild card to effectively settle the title. Veda Ega Pratama from Astra Honda Racing Team stepping up to the 250s. You can see he's a slight lad. He's still got some filling out to do, and that bigger bike is a difficult one to handle. But throughout the season, I'm sure he'll be doing work in the gym, because his natural talent will see him through otherwise.
There is Kiatisak Singapong, Honda Racing Thailand. Also performed well yesterday, finished only 5 seconds behind the imperious Apiwat.
Got himself a decent 7th yesterday. Good numbers here at Buriram. They're seeing this, the pit walk, as you said, which is a regular part of the IRC, where you get a chance to meet the riders and see the bikes and occasionally hear the bikes, but also see the work that the engineers are still doing on the bikes. That's a very popular feature of the Asian Road Racing Championship. Right, bike number 123, last season's AP 250 champion, Reza Danica Arons, stepping up to the 600s, and it's also a step up in class. He will have learned a lot yesterday.
Yep, Reza Danica, he stepped up once before and then stepped back to take the AP 250 title once again, but we really hope he can get to grips with the bigger bike here. McKinley Carl Paz, 2019 Underbone champion, in as teammate to Apiwat.
McKinley Carl Paz, after winning the Underbone, tried his luck on the international scene, and is back again riding in the 600s. Again, I was just with him late last night in the media area, and he's confident, he's talking a good game, but he's still a small lad. He's so light, and these are big bikes.
Yeah, he had the like they all wear the wraps on the hands. I bet there's blisters underneath that after the amount of wrestling he's done. That CBR 600. There is Beer the Voice again. I'm not very good at Thai celebrities, but as soon as I mentioned the name to a few Thai people I know around here, they went, "Oh, Beer the Voice, really?" So she is big here in Thailand.
See her again for the big bikes, for the super bikes. In the meantime, final guys are being urged to disappear off the track. Buriram United shirts are in high demand in this part of the world. There's the football stadium just around the corner, and their team are perennially doing well in Thailand, currently top of the Thai Premier League. It's International Week this time in football, and also the officials from the Thai motor racing scene.
As they get off on their warm-up lap, we'll take another look at the grid.
On pole position, Helmi Asman alongside his teammate Azroy Hakim Anwar. So if they work as a team, they can look after Apiwat. IDEMITSU Bunchu Honda on 1 and 2, Yamaha Techni Racing Apiwat Wangtananon on P3, bike number 24.
And on row 2, 3 exciting newcomers: Veda Ega Pratama for Astra Honda, for Honda Racing Thailand, Tanat Long Pliao and Kiatisak Singapong.
Down onto the 3rd row, and Wayu Nugroho, he does seem to have been around a long time, Wayu, but we've still got to call him a rookie for the Supersport 600cc's, alongside Reza Danica Arans, a second-time rookie, if you can be a second-time rookie, by Astra Honda Racing Team, and then McKinley Kalpaz up on the 600s for Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia.
Replacement rider in at number 10 for the injured Andy Fadley is Ray Matsuoka for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Next to him, podium finisher yesterday, Adinanta Putra for Astra Honda, and outside of him, the ever-improving, hard-working Xia Juntong for Victor Racing Team.
Yeah, and there's definite work going on for Chinese riders. As Yamaha are putting together a proposal, and they've got former riders over to try to train Xia in particular. So I suspect we'll see the rise of Chinese athletes in this competition over the next 2 or 3 seasons. And of course, we're off to China next to Zhuhai, which is Xia Juntong's new home track.
Yeah, so we've got 3 Chinese mainland riders in this class. We've got another one in, in AP250s, one in this class. So the numbers are increasing steadily as we look at Apiwat cruising his way up to the 3rd place on the front row.
12 laps of the circuit. He got off to an absolute flyer yesterday. Just moving into his position now in P3. And the pole sitter, Helmi Asman, he moves into place. Now all 12 are in place. It is a small grid, but my words, full of quality. Apiwat Wangtanam, left of your screen. What kind of a start can he get? We are underway. Apiwat once again has got off to an absolute flyer. He's up alongside Azroy Hakim, and Apiwat P3 to P1 by the first corner for the 2nd race in a row.
That was a clever start from Apiwat. He knew he got the power down right, and he just edged across in front of the 2 Bunsu Hondas to lead them up towards turn 3.
So this time the Bunsu Hondas, they just need to stay on the circuit. Can't afford the individual mistakes that saw Azroy Hakim Anwar, bike number 20, go off yesterday. Helmi Asman tucks in nicely with Azroy Hakim just behind him. Veda Eger Pratama and Tanat also got off to half-decent starts as well. Bike 54 is Veda Eger Pratama. Let's see if he's able to hold on today. Rhino Groho's made a good start as well.
Yeah, he did. He means it, doesn't he? Looks really confident for a newcomer to Supersport 600.
The Yamaha up there behind them. Bike 21, Adinanta Putra, started down in P11, got up into P3 yesterday. Astra Honda Racing had a torrid time in qualification, but P11 is not the place that Adinanta Putra really deserves to be in already. Bike number 21 has made 4 places.
And Veda Eger Pratama, the precocious Astra Honda rider, having a little nibble at Azroy. Azroy currently in P3.
So keen, or so important, I should say, for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda's pairing to stay as a pairing. Although Apiwat Wangtanan does have a teammate, it's not really a teammate who's going to be up at the top end of the circuit, certainly not in the early parts of the season. McKinley Kalpaz might improve as the season goes on, but it's Apiwat who leads from the Bunsu Hondas. And behind them, you've got Veda Eger Pratama from Astra Honda and Adinanta Putra. The 2 Honda teams chasing the Yamaha.
Yeah, Veda Eger holding on really well. Groho just getting edged out there by Adinanta Putra.
Reza Danica, bike 123, came through late yesterday. He's in P7. Tanat Leoncliao has dropped back a little bit, as has Kiatisuk. McKinley Kalpaz is 2 seconds off the pace. And, first line set by Apiwat Wangtanan. Very similar to the way yesterday started, race number 1. But this time, Bunsu Honda keep 2 men on the circuit, work together. Don't let Apiwat get away.
Yeah, I appreciated Azroy's candour on the grid about his crash yesterday. Didn't blame anyone else.
No, there's no one else to blame.
Frustrated with himself. Yeah, I mean, he was close to Nugroho, but it wasn't Nugroho's fault. He had the line.
But yes, you're right. Holding your hands up to the mistakes. Can't afford to make too many. He's got a number of DNFs as Azroy Hakim. That's something he'd like to keep off the scorecards. They look pretty ugly on a a points table at the end of a season. Azroy slides into P2 at the moment. That's what I mean by working together. So Helmo's done a little bit of the work. Now let Azroy take over for maybe a lap or two. Behind them, bike 21, Adhanantraputra's just slotted in as well. The whine of the Hondas behind the fast Yamaha.
Yeah, the good thing for the chasing pack is that hopefully, because Azroy and Helmi are at the front of it, although Adhananta now comes through, that they may work together instead of holding each other up. But that looks safe at the front.
He does, doesn't he? He does, no matter how much work the others are doing. As coming through is Adhanantraputra. Maybe he says, listen, there's no point working together if you're falling behind. The lead it's nearly half a second. That is a mighty quick lap, and Apiwat has just posted a very, very quick 21.7. Adhanantraputra and Wainagrohu, they were quicker. Talat Longdow's put in a pretty rapid time. Sector 2, Adhanantraputra quick again. Adhanantra is deciding that, yeah, he's got to lead the chase. Time, Helmi Asman, bike 32, has dropped off the pace a little bit. He's down in P5.
Might have felt that he put in too much effort too early, which is why he had trouble staying in on terms with Apiwat later in the race. So perhaps just giving himself some time to conserve his tyres, but he is a long way back there in 6th.
Apiwat Wangtananon, the lead was half a second at the end of the first lap. It's just gone up, well, it was 0.46 at the end of the first lap. He's had another 500ths. Half a second clear.
Oh, and Helmi Asman just clattered into the back of somebody. I didn't see who else was involved. Ooh, Helmi rolls to a standstill.
And it is.
That will have winded him. I hope that's all.
So Helmi, he's crashed out just when we talked that Idemitsu Bunshu Honda needed to make sure that they kept both on the circuit.
Oh.
And Nagroho, that's a nasty one for Wainagroho. So a couple of big incidents in very, very quick succession.
While that was going on, as we listened for any clues from race control, while that was going on, Adhanantraputra got much closer to race leader Apiwat Wongtananon.
Right, so Apiwat still leads. We are still waiting for an update from race control. That is Wainagroho. Thankfully, it looks like Wayu has got himself up and off the circuit, but that was a scary one, because that bike chased him down the track. Okay, right. So as we carry on, Apiwat Wangtananon leads. No flags as of yet. Yes, red flag. Red flag. So a red flag following back-to-back incidents with Apiwat leading. Adhanantraputra was there as well, and there were two nasty-looking incidents by Russell.
Yeah, Helmi hit the back of another bike. Wainagroho went off. Azroy.
Did Helmi and Azroy, they collided, they touched. I think it's the two Bunsu Hondas that came together.
So unusual.
That is Helmi in
Helmi down, that's why the red flag.
Certain amount of distress. We'll bring updates as soon as we can. In the meantime, there is a red flag with 3 of the laps gone. Crowd, that's a long way from where the crowd are. But they will be as concerned as anybody else, and we are just waiting for news. And let's hope it's good news. But it was they were awkward falls, weren't they? That's that what always makes it look. They weren't slides. The airbags and the racing suits.
Yeah, rear-end collisions are always horrible.
Meantime, the red flag is on. The riders are staying out on the circuit.
Yeah, they're obliged to come back into pit lane. See, they are now.
So in the race itself, Apiwat was leading from Adelanto Putra, and Veda Aga was there. It does look like the two Idemitsu Bunshu Hondas were the two that collided with each other, and then you had the Wainagrohu incident.
So the marshals rushed to put out the grid place markers. Once again, the riders come back into the pits. Apiwat will just need to keep his focus.
Well, he had been brilliant up until then. He got a flying start for the second race in a row. He was leading despite being under pressure.
Pressure from Adelanto, who he was coming good, looking to get into the personal space of Apiwat.
So I've got a temporary pause as the circuit is repaired. I suspect it was such an awkward fall. I suspect there'd be one or two chunks of concrete taken out by the bike. So they'll need to make sure that that is absolutely safe.
Signs of oil on the track, thankfully. Safety car, safety officer, Kwan Men Heng, out on the track there, taking a careful look.
For obvious reasons, we don't show replays where there's incidents that might have resulted in an injury. In the meantime,
mechanics can do is make sure those tyres are kept hot at working temperature. Track temperatures today about 10 degrees hotter than they were yesterday.
The racers, they'll know something has gone on behind them. They know exactly what it was. They will have seen the red flag, so focus.
There might be some oil. I see them carrying bags of absorbent material there. A bit of a delay.
Hang on the left of your screen in the white through the haze. Just making sure everything is good. A very experienced safety officer.
A brilliant racer in this series back in the day, around back at the turn of the century.
Trying to get some information from race control.
Azroy's back in.
Looks a little bit shaken. Okay, the race will be started up. You can see racing suit's taken a real battering there for Azroy. No wonder he's looking shaken up. The race will be restarted, but obviously they've got to clean the track of any oil as a result of those two incidents that happened in quick succession. Is that the one on turn 3?
Yeah.
So that's the Wainagrohu one, wasn't it?
Turn 3, yeah.
Well, in the meantime, we've got a delay. Our good news is that Helmi is reported to be okay. He's the one we were really worried about. Wainagrohu, an awkward fall, and as you saw, Azroy Hakim, he's shaken but looks fit and well. Back in in his own garage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're saying it will take quite a while to clear up the oil. So we will be taking a commercial break shortly.
Okay, I'm just hearing from race control. All 3 riders are okay. That is the important news. All 3 riders involved in the incidents, Wayu Nugroho, Helmi Asman and Azroy Hakim Anwar, they're all reported to be okay. Shaken, of course, because all 3 were involved in nasty looking incidents, but all 3 are reported to be okay. What we're going to do is, while the track is still being cleaned up, we're going to go for a commercial break. We've got no additional news that we can bring for you at this stage, but there's a temporary break in the Supersport 600cc. When we come back, we will get the race underway once again, and then we'll also have the finale of the Superbikes. But the good news to report is that from the 2 crashes, the 3 riders involved, all 3 are reported to be okay. With that, we will go to a quick break. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes' time at the Asia Road Racing Championships from the Chang International Circuit in Thailand.
IDEMITSU IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. IDEMITSU IRG5. IDEMITSU IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. IDEMITSU IFG7.
Welcome back to the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships. I can tell you that riders from bikes numbers 20, 32 and 89, that is Azroy Hakim Anwar on bike number 20, number 32, Mohammed Helmi Asman on bike number 89, Wayu Nugroho are all okay after 2 incidents that caused a red flag midway through the 3rd lap of the Supersport 600cc race number 2 here. There is, I'm glad to say, a healthy but shaken looking Azroy Hakim Anwar. And these are the incidents. Bikes number 20 and 32 just behind. There is Helmi, bike number 32 at the back. He's the one who was involved, and we are most concerned about him. But glad to say he is reported to be okay. Helmi goes through, he catches after Azroy Hakim had gone down earlier. So Azroy lost out. Helmi went into the back of Wayu Nugroho, and that, I suspect, has impacted what happened a little bit later on with Wayu Nugroho.
Yeah, so Wayu must have slowed, caused Azroy to slow.
And then Wayu coming through here, he high sides, and that's always scary when the bike follows you down the circuit. Just avoids him. I can tell you that all three of those riders have been reported to be okay. Shaken, but okay. Barry Russell, we come here for the thrills and the spills, and we don't like to see crashes, but we like to see incidents. But when they get like that, it's a little bit scary. It's very scary.
Yeah, it is. Can't take the danger out of the sport, but this time, happily, we got away with it.
For Azroy Hakim, be interested to really talk. We'll maybe find out later on what happened to Azroy, because he went down in the first incident. That was the bike that caused the initial problem. The IDEMITSU Bunshu Honda pit, where they're just trying to get to grips with what went on, what caused him to go down.
Sticking a little bit second-hand, isn't it, that BR600?
Yeah, it's not being used anytime soon. And Waino Groho, he was hit by the back by Helmi, who had nowhere to go. Pit lane will be open in 4 minutes' time, and a new 5-lap race will commence.
Looking at Tanat Long Pleau there.
When we come back, I'm assuming that both IDEMITSU Bunshu Hondas will be out. This is the Yamaha Racing Indonesia. So Wayu.
Yeah, I was just doing a careful double take there, because I wouldn't have expected to see him back in there. I'd have expected him to be in the medical centre just being checked over. Could have been a knock on the head. Turned Thai Honda rider coach, looked at our Sarapech, talking to her riders.
We a shortened 5-lap sprint, which you suspect would be good news for Apiwat Wongtananon.
But has the experience and the steel to put that incident behind him.
In terms of attitude and aptitude for the racers, it's almost a case of just focus on what you can do. Back on the bike, going at pace. Get some reaction from Daniel Bogas a little bit later on after the race, perhaps, just to make sure that everybody is coping okay. Apiwat in the meantime. Been an otherwise perfect weekend for him, has been truncated by events that he has no control over.
Kept himself in the zone, I think. The Racing Thailand pit there.
So the riders will just be getting ready, maybe to be looking on the bikes. They'll be, pit lane will be open in a couple of minutes' time. Still got the 1000cc to come, so still plenty of racing action coming your way.
That's what the banner's all about.
Let's have another look at the incidents. Again, we report before we show these incidents that the riders have been reported as being okay. So this is a different angle. And coming towards the back, oh, he high sides Azroy. And then behind him, just trying to take evasive action. And Helmi is the man who is just following up too close behind. Has no chance to avoid anything. But Azroy, of course, that high side for him.
Yeah, on the exit to turn 1. Yeah, it's hard to say.
There will be a shortened 5-lap race.
Lane's going to open in less than a minute from now. Daniel's down in pit lane to see what he can find out. But of course it is very busy and very tense down there at the moment. Starting yet, but I do imagine they'll be doing a quick start procedure. We haven't seen that confirmed by race direction. Everybody needs to get out within a minute of pit lane opening. Do a warm-up lap, pause for a minute, and then go.
A seeing activity now. There'll be 9 racers left. Adelanto Pucha, bike 21, Xia Juntong 22, McKinley Kalpaz on the Yamaha, bike 23, Apiwat 24, Thailand 31, Ray Matsuoka 49. So it must have been Matsuoka that we saw in the pits, not...
do
yes,
imagine so,
got
yeah.
to be. Veda Ega Pratama 54, Kiatisak 85, and Reza Danica 123. Let's go down to Daniel Bogas. He's been doing some investigative journalism for us regarding the incidents that caused that red flag.
So we're down at pit lane, just as the bikes have left for the quick restart. We've got Self and Dunlop, and right now we know that the conditions have gone up. The heat has risen, the track temperatures are up. Has that affected the grip or the tire wear by any means?
To be honest, yes, a little bit, but in all fairness, we last year was 62 degrees, so actually we're a lot lower than what it was last year. So from our point of view, no, tyres are going to be fine, no issues.
Awesome, thank you so much for the update.
Go between. Okay, and when we get underway, 5 laps of the circuit. Good news to reiterate, those who saw those nasty incidents, all 3 racers who had a meeting with the tarmac, all okay. Particularly, I think we were concerned for Helmi Asman. Helmi battered and bruised, but reported to be healthy.
Yep, says a lot for circuit safety and the quality of safety equipment that the riders wear, including the airbags that are inside the race suits.
9 of the remaining racers are out on the circuit. Healthy crowds for today.
Hot and sunny, but they braved it. They found some shade in the football-style grandstand. Is over pit lane here at Chang International. Xia Juntong number 22, 23.
McKinley Kalpaz.
And 24, 22, 23, 24. Rider who'll take up position on the... Assuming they'll take the... Oh, is he
race positions, surely.
Yeah, he's going to go for a race position. He's gone on the outside there.
Yep. Well, he had such a fast start from P3. Won't hinder him in any way, shape or form. Little high 5 for bike number 21, Adelanto Pucha, who was getting closer in the race itself. Let's not forget, Adelanto Pucha had closed in on the race leader, Apiwat Wangtananon.
Yep, fastest lap of that part.
Okay, it's a 5-lap sprint. 9 racers left on the circuit. We have a formation lap before we will get down once again. Veda Ega Pratama leading the way. Xia Juntong. Curious to see how the Chinese competitors do improve as this season goes on. Talking to their pit crew was a case of, yes, we know we're not going to be competing, but we want our lap times to get better. We want more time on the circuits, more time competing at this level. For the likes of Xia and the other 3 in the AP 250s.
Got a lot of time for Xia Juntong. The way he stuck with it, the way he keeps improving. Here's number 22.
To keep within racing distance of the likes of McKinley Kalpaz, perhaps that would be it, and particularly in a short 5-lap sprint. Try to hold on to the end and get a drag of some description.
Just a sprint. The tactics will be a little different.
Disastrous weekend for Idemitsu Bunshu Honda though. The 600 trail.
Absolutely.
Helmi, not exactly disastrous. Helmi second yesterday. Azroy Hakim 2 did not finish us in his weekend.
finish from 4 starts is not what we'd expect from IDEMITSU Honda. Better days ahead.
Adelanto Putra will be the one with most to gain, you think? Maybe Tanat as well. He got off to a slow start last time. Tanat will be hoping to get off to a better start, but this is the man who, full grid, long race or short, he's the man to beat, Apiwat Wangtananon.
I think Adelanto realistically is the only one who can really take the fight. Apiwat over this 5-lap sprint. Veda Ega's going to have a go.
Apiwat on the right of the grid. The restart is underway. Apiwat again off to a smooth, a silky smooth start. It's a better start by Veda Ega, but Apiwat Wangtananon has taken, what, 4, 5, 6 bike lengths in the first half straight.
Yep, he's scampered away, but he has got Adelanto, who's the next best rider after him, and the impudent Veda Ega, who's looking increasingly confident as the track time increases for him, who's in third.
Arjun Tong tries to keep in touch with those more professional and faster ahead of him. Everyone's safely through the first corner. And that's not bad from Adelanto Putra. He's been able to not let the race leader, Apiwat Wangtananon, get away from him.
Yep, he got a good toe then. Have a look at the top speeds a little bit later.
Veda Ega sits in there as well. And you've got Reza Danica, so you've got the 3 Astra Hondas, all capable. Well, this is now interesting. So the split times, obviously, Adelanto Putra over sector 2, slightly quicker than Apiwat Wangtananon. Not by much, but 2/10 quicker.
Mikhail Paz hanging on near the front there as well. Thai Hondas behind them.
Ega Patama, bike number 54, the youngster. He hangs in there as well. Reza Danica, bike 123, just behind them. 31 is Tanat. He's been able to hold on. But in this shortened 5-lap sprint, it is Apiwat Wangtananon on the Yamaha who leads through. His lead is 2/10 of a second from Adelanto and Veda Ega. Reza Danica, P3. Astra Honda, 2, 3, 4. Then Tanat, McKinley Kalpaz, Katisuk. Then the Yamaha of Rei Matsuoka and Sha Juntong 3 seconds down. Well, Adelanto looks like he's just having a little peek down the inside and takes that inside line. Is he able to keep the door closed? He is. Adelanto Putra, new race leader.
Saw Helmi Asman do that to Apiwat yesterday.
And Apiwat just powers down.
Stayed in the slipstream. Nice timing. I want to get into turn 5 ahead of Adelanto.
That's very dispiriting, I think, for Adelanto Putra. Having worked so hard to ease himself into the front, he just was eased out of the way once again by Apiwat. But stay close, stay close. As we were saying earlier on, IDEMITSU Hondas couldn't do that.
Ega looking impressive, I think. Bike lengths off, but a few moments ago, looking increasingly confident after a turbulent start in some ways this weekend. A couple of crashes.
Lap 2 of this 5-lap sprint. Adelanto tries to take the tight line into corner number 12. That's a little bit cheeky by Tanat. Tries to go through, couldn't hold on to it, or can he? Yes, he can actually. Tanat has been able to hold on into P3. Very fast, 1:39.774 from Tanat, fastest lap of the restarted race.
Oh, Daniel on the grid that he fancied a podium finish this afternoon. Less competition in front of him, but that was a nice move.
Well, Adelanto Putra and the Astra Honda Racing team, they are not letting Apiwat Wangtananon have things his own way here.
Who have broken away.
And 23, look at that, McKinley Kalpaz makes his first real involvement of the season. That's be encouraging for the Philippines. If you're watching on social media, let's hear it from McKinley Kalpaz.
Well, we do know there are a lot of people watching from the Philippines, so shout out to them. Of course, to all the Thai fans watching. We know some idea of the volume of Indonesian fans that watch this.
Adelanto Putra will be the man who's getting most of the love at the moment. I'm sure Veda Aga will have his fans as well. Reza Danica. And I'm really impressed though with McKinley Kalpaz to be able to, this early in the season, showing that he's handling this 600 beautifully well. Up at the front though, Apiwat. They come into the final lap here. There is McKinley Kalpaz. Just drops down into P4 at the moment. 2 laps to go. Sorry, I was a lap ahead of myself. Tanat still has the fastest speed, but he's been joined by McKinley Kalpaz at top speed of 264 kilometers per hour.
Apiwat Wongtanan on one of the slowest bikes. No, not the slowest. That's Sharjun Tong. 254. 10 kilometers per hour slower.
Sharjun Tong 7 seconds behind. He's not being completely dropped. Again, good from him, and Apiwat is eased out into P3. Sorry, not Apiwat. McKinley Kalpaz is eased out.
Yeah, but those two Yamaha Techni Racing R6s, both showing very well. We thought it might be later in the season, and we know that there are a few top riders out, but this is...
what a scary moment.
Yeah. But he held it. Taken but not stirred.
It eases down to P5, loses 2 places with that, McKinley Kalpaz. Not what the rough stuff is for. Up at the front, Apiwat leads from Adelanto Putra. Lap and a half to go. Adelanto is not letting Apiwat get away from him. This is the battle for P3. It's a 5-man battle. Matsuoka and Sharjun Tong are both being dropped.
See what happens on the rundown this time, because the last 2 laps they've taken an identical distance between them. They've taken identical lines into turn 12, and they're doing exactly the same thing again. The Reza Danica coming through this time.
We are expecting Reza at some stage to raise his game. This is the battle for P3. Reza in P3 ahead of McKinley Kalpaz. That's a glorious little 5-man battle going on there. And it is for a podium place as well. That is worth having. Up at the front, Apiwat. He's just trying to blow Adelanto Putra away. Adelanto is straining every sinew, getting as much as he possibly can out of that Astra Honda.
Really nothing to choose between the top speed here, so Adelanto will have the advantage of the toe. They go down towards turn 4. McKinley Kalpaz has gotten back in front of the Astra Hondas, holding it through turn 4.
Stands up tall. Again, he's on the rough stuff.
Yeah, he's on the green.
Twice in a row now. This time he's able to hold on. Adelanto Putra, meantime, is really pressurizing. And look at that, Tanat has come through temporarily into P4.
Yeah, this is much closer now, and look at that, Adelanto's going past Apiwat.
Well, Apiwat though tries to immediately get it back and muscles literally his way back into P1. This is my territory. We are on the final lap, and that was the moment for Adelanto Putra. But Apiwat, well, that was a real show of strength in more ways than one. And he will go into the final corner. Adelanto will try to get there. Apiwat looks over his shoulder, wheeling to win it. Muscles his way. McKinley Kalpaz makes a Yamaha Techni 1-3. No wonder the celebrations are going on there. Apiwat Wongtanan on a double for him, but he literally had to muscle his way over the finishing line, Barry Russell.
Yeah, and there was a little bit of edge there between them. Apiwat certainly doesn't take any prisoners. Going to celebrate with the stand-up wheelie, and he won't be worried with that little confrontation with Adelanto Putra.
As for McKinley Kalpaz, well, what a performance by bike number 23. And the Filipino, as he's won that duel. He's come out ahead of all those Astra Hondas.
Brilliantly done, and double podium for Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia. Congratulations to them.
And Tanat came through as well. That's a good result for Tanat.
Yeah, nice celebrationary wheelie there from the Filipino.
So Abiwat Wangtanan wins it by 1/10 of a second from Adananta Putra, but Adananta made him scrap all the way. McKinley Carl Paz, excellent result for McKinley Carl Paz. Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia 1 and 3. Tanat Longplio, excellent for him for Honda Racing Thailand. Kiatasak getting P5. Veda Ega, Reza, Danica pushed down to 6 and 7. Ray Matsuoka not too far off the pace, 8 seconds down on the Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Sharjun Tong also finishing 13 seconds off the pace. There is Sharjun Tong from Victor Racing. I'll have a look at his stats from yesterday, although we can't compare really like with like. This was just a 5-lap sprint, but impressive from him. But also, I love the aggression from Apiwat. I love the impudence from Adanantra. But as you said, Barry Russell, yesterday, this is Apiwat territory.
It is, and yeah, he felt offended at Adananta's impudence. Take his lead away from him at his home circuit when he absolutely sure he was going to score a double, and he absolutely did.
And just behind our commentary position, we heard a lot of revving going on. And there is Sharjun Tong. He says, congratulations, Apiwat.
Yeah, and that's...
yes, yes.
Yeah, that's a nice helmet design as well he's got. Apiwat. So I'm guessing that was McKinley Carl Paz doing the burnout behind us, Des.
I think so. Well, very good work on this Super Sport 600. Devastating day, of course, for IDEMITSU Bunshu Honda in terms of racing. What a day for Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia.
And nobody hurt. It's important, and hugs all round. Don't see too many doubles in ARRC, but Apiwat notched one up this weekend. Fantastic work at his home circuit from the Thai rider, and we're going to see him at every round this year. Can't wait for that.
Absolutely brilliant yesterday. He led when the red flag came. Again, we reiterate, the health and safety of the riders paramount in our thinking. All 3 riders who crashed out earlier on today are reported to be okay. Shaken certainly, but okay. And then in the shortened sprint 5-lap, Apiwat was given an almighty scare by Adananta Putra, but went on to win it by 1.13 of a second. Let's go down to the Parc Fermé, where Daniel is hopefully talking to the winners and the other contestants.
Down here at Parc Fermé after the Super Sport 600 restart, Apiwat, this is your territory, and you have stamped your name brilliantly this weekend. 2 fantastic races, but a bit of a scare when Adananta Putra got you in front, but in the end you managed to hold on. Fantastic move. How was that race?
Yeah, it started. It's good position. I forgot concentrate to the race, but after left back and I put to maximum because the tire is less a little bit. But yeah, and I start again. Yeah, its tire is finished. It's slide. Yeah, the Honda is very strong in the long state. But yeah, I can fight with him, and also in the last lap, in the turn 9, yeah, I can try and to go maximum to finish the line is P1. Thank you for the Thai fan and everybody for support me.
Thank you so much, everyone. Great race.
Best of the highlights of the Super Sport 600cc. It was a race in 2 parts, where part number 1, we were talking about IDEMITSU Bunshu Honda bikes 32 and 20 needing to stay close to Apiwat Wangtanan. They couldn't, Barry Russell, and they couldn't because of the worst reasons.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate what happened to them, because this was shaping up to be a really good battle between Apiwat and the 2 Bunshu Hondas.
Helmi Asman, bike number 32, had made a decent start, but he dropped back a little bit, and it was in P5, chasing the leader, Apiwat Wangtanan, who, for the second time in a row, got off to an absolute flying start. Helmi Asman there, bike number 32, he would drop back, and here you see, this is leading up to the incident where, in front of him, Wayu Nugroho, they just come to, well, I think Azroy Hakim goes to ground, Wayu Nugroho stops, and Helmi Asman goes straight into the back of him. That was incident number 1, and then just the following corner on turn 3, Wayu Nugroho, he's so close that the bike doesn't chase him.
Such a horrible high side, yeah.
That caused a red flag to come out. We were worried for a little while, but there was a lot of oil left on the circuit. Those bikes aren't going to be seeing an awful lot of race time again. The restarted 5-lap race. Well, Apiwat got off to a flyer once again, but Adananto Putra, bike number 21, goes in, tucks in P2, and would go and give him a real scare on the last lap.
Yeah, right from the start, Adananta, he carried on where he left off and came really close, challenging Apiwat. He would overtake him a little later in this sprint race, but behind, McKinley Carl Paz was battling mightily with the other two Astra Hondas of Veda Ega and Reza Danica, and this was the point where the effrontery, we saw the effrontery of Adananta Putra and the response.
It's a great response, it is. It's just a leaning into him. He had the perfect position on the track, every right to do that. Adananta has a little thing, do I try and dart down? No, I don't, because Apiwat Wangtanan, this is his territory, and he's even got enough time to put a wheelie, as does McKinley Kyle Paz, who comes in for an excellent P3. Yeah. And the Filipino will be chuffed to bits with that. Take a bow, my friend.
Yeah, and I tell you, that look behind was a how dare you as he crossed the finishing line. I promise you, I know Apiwat well enough.
Okay, the riders have got to get over to the other side of the circuit to get there for the awards presentation.
There'll be some big smiles from one of the prize presenters. You can see riding the golf cart there.
Stefan Carapie is Filipino, and he's got a Filipino in P3. McKinley Kyle Paz. He's an exuberant character. We will be hearing about this later on in the press room. Not in a boastful way, but in a, hey, you should have seen me. I can compete at this level.
Yeah, that's great to see, especially at the start of the season. I know some of the competition was out, but this was a good performance by McKinley Carl Paz.
Adananta Putra elbowed into second place, but still a big beaming smile. Apiwat Wangtanan from Yamaha Technique, a win double.
Yeah, screams from the crowd. That means a lot to him. And like I said, there aren't too many doubles scored in ARRC.
Team manager for Yamaha Technique, and then we will have the national anthem of Thailand. Certainly is. Take a bow. Can he build on this excellent start? It's a long season. Thailand represented by Chochanok Chichop, the international event director of the Chang International Circuit. hands out the awards. Once again, our thanks to Chang International Circuit, being great hosts. Facilities top draw. I think, as we saw, the medical response to the two crashes earlier on was very, very rapid. Second place to Atalanta, and Apiwatwang Tananom picks up the back-to-back wins, and the team prize to be handed out by Stefan Maki Karapie, FIM Asia President. That will go to Yamaha Technique Racing Team Asia. That, for them, is an excellent weekend. It's a 73-point weekend for their two riders.
Now to present the team awards, we would like to invite Mr. Masanori Enomoto, Managing Director of IDEMITSU FIM Asia Pacific.
Our next one, Masanori Enomoto. Delighted to welcome the IDEMITSU Managing Director of IDEMITSU Lube Asia Pacific. He's handing out the team award.
Now I would like to invite Mr. Masanori Enomoto, Mr. Stefan Maki Karapie, and Mr. Chachano Chinchop to take a photo with our race winners. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause once again.
Timmy Kalpaz, he has the broadest smile of all. Apiwat, I think we expect this now of Apiwat.
Yeah, we do. But he gave us plenty of excitement along the way.
We'll have the obligatory team photo, if we can get the drone out the way. And then we'll have the overall standings, which show Apiwatwang Tananon leading the way. 14 points clear of Atalanta Pucha. That's a good weekend for Atalanta. A P3 and a P2. Tanat Longpliao won't be too displeased either. He's moved into P3 on 23 points. Helmi Asman and Idemitsu Bunchu Honda won't be thrilled to have only picked up 20 points. Katisuk 20. Reza Danica on 19. Veda Egapatama for Asa Honda Racing on 18. Okay, we've got one more race to go tonight after all the drama of the Supersport 600. And we will go into the break with the colours of Buriram representing this wonderful part of northeastern Thailand. It's the venue for Visit Napo, and we'll tell you a little bit more about that when we come after the break. But for now, we're disappearing for a couple of minutes for some commercials. We'll be back with the Asian Road Racing Championships from Buriram in just a couple of minutes' time.
IDEMITSU engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of IDEMITSU. IDEMITSU IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. IDEMITSU IFG7.
A very warm welcome back to the Chang International Circuit. It's the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We've just got one more race this weekend. That's the Superbikes, the 1000cc. But before we get onto the 1000cc, just a little bit of an introduction. We've been telling you about the colours of Buriram. It's very much part of a festival that is going on at the moment. And to try to show us and tell us a little bit more, let's go down onto the grid where Daniel Bogas has got a little bit more information and a show for us.
Oh, pegang ni juga. Ke ambil ayah punya? Sini kan? Sebab ayah akan ambil ni. Kamera ayah. Mana pakai mic dia?
ซึ่งเป็นโครงการตามพระราชดำริของสมเด็จพระเจ้าลูกราชกัญญานะครับนี่ครับซึ่งคุณผู้ชมจะได้เห็นแบบนี้ครับสำหรับงาน Color of บุรีรัมย์ครับซึ่งถือเป็นงานผ้าไทยครั้งยิ่งใหญ่
Championship wearing is a contemporary Thai fabric designed and created under the Thai High Sanuk project, which is a project initiated by HRH Princess Siri Vanavari Naritana Raja Kanya to promote and encourage Thai fabrics to be modern and accepted by everyone and suitable for all occasions. HRH, the princess, bestowed ideas to develop the heritage of Thai fabrics to be more contemporary and meet international standards, thereby generating income and creating opportunities for the community to export goods to international markets, thus fostering efficient economic growth in Thailand.
There's something a little bit different for us all. Been speaking about Buriram's culture from the 19th to 21st of March. Buriram's the venue for a Silk Expo held at Napo. The event's organised under the theme Colour of Buriram, and it showcases Buriram's silk relevance in the modern world. Beautifully done as well.
It was indeed sought after all over the world, Thai silk.
Back to the racing. yesterday on Saturday. ARRC ASB 1000cc race number 1. And this would be a race for the ages. He's not in shot yet, but Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, bike number 25, would come from way behind to really make the most of this. Before that though, Hafiz Shaheen of the debutant JDT, he would have a very frustrating and difficult start. Bike number 55, Barry, out early on.
Yeah, you saw him make a really aggressive start, and just as they got on to that exit to turn 3, you saw him slow down, and then you see the frustration from the Malaysian superstar, and level of disbelief there in the JDT pit. But the show went on.
Certainly did. Zakwan Zaidi, bike number 21, another Malaysian. He was looking to take advantage. He was under pressure from Chip Nakarin, a local tie, and also bike 23, Andy Farid Izdar, as Hafiz goes into the pits for a long night's work for the JDT engineers. And then starts the Aslan show. Look where we are. He's 5th at the moment, nearly 2 seconds off the pace, 7 laps to go, and he would just go onwards, upwards, and he would chase the leader. Now the leader was Andy Farid Izdar. 4 laps to go. We're still at 1.5 seconds, and that in superbikes is an almighty chasm. 2 laps to go, Barry Russell, and he's closed right in.
Yeah, he was closed right in, and you saw him dispense with Yuki Cooney on turn 3 by forcing him wide and giving him nowhere to go.
Then we come to the final lap, and Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, the first ever winner of this Superbikes category. He has a little peek down the inside. TKKR Racing Team only came to the party late on, and then on the final corner of the final lap of the race, Aslan Shah just puts himself and his bike between him and Andy Farid Izdar, and Aslan Shah Kamruzaman wins a race for the ages. Behind them, Andy Farid, Zakwan Zaidi in P3, Yuki Cooney in 4, and Nakarin in 5. It was brilliant from Aslan.
Yeah, the repeat performance of those block passes into turn 3 on Yuki Cooney, and leaving Andy Farid with nowhere to go. But Andy Farid, who'd led most of the race, had the presence of mind to stand up and make it to the finish line in second. There is another look at this Chang International Circuit, 10th year of operation now.
In keeping with the theme, the Aslan win was really good as silk.
Of Chip Nakarin fans in today. Looking carefully, you would have seen Chip make a mistake at turn 3 about halfway through the race. Needs to make up for that today, because he wasn't only leader, but back to finish in 5th.
Second on the grid, Andy Farid Izdar. He was surprisingly upbeat after coming in second, being beaten off per second. He said he couldn't see his pit wall instructions. He didn't realise how fast Aslan Shah was closing in on him over the last couple of laps.
And it was such a great show. So it looks like Hafiz Shaheen taking shelter somewhere. Done as he did yesterday. There he is.
Now, a tough night for Hafiz and his crew. We're working very hard. Even in warm-up this morning, it didn't look as though they'd sorted everything out, so we will be hoping to at least get through this race, at least get some points on the board.
Had a fair few hours to get to the bottom of that, so I really hope they have. You can see Hafiz Shaheen properly in the mix.
4th on the grid, 4th yesterday, Yuki Cooney, SDG, Team Harkro, Honda. He's made a good start yesterday. He was in competition for much of yesterday's race.
He was, and he's really worthy of that ride on the SDG Honda. But there he is, the great showman himself, Aslan Shah Kamruzaman. Wonderful show he put on yesterday.
Can he do another one? He looks fit, he looks relaxed. And I think, you know what, with Hafiz Shaheen coming in, I think he's motivated by Hafiz being there. Marcus Reiterberger, the defending champion, was better in warm-up this morning by Russell. Now he's had some time on the bike.
Yeah, he was, and he's looking cheeky enough there on P6.
Lowly down in P7, Zakwan Zaidi recovered yesterday to pick up a podium place, and spoke very, very happily on the in the Parc Ferme area. He said, listen, tomorrow is going to be better. I'm feeling much better on the bike.
Yeah, he got to grips with that that new Honda. There is Soichiro Minamoto, debutant to the class. His reward for taking the Supersport 600 Championship in dramatic style last time out here in December.
Latest recruit for the Yamaha TVS Asia team. Alongside him will be Pasawit Titipararak.
After an injury-filled 2023. Problems under braking yesterday. There is our Thai singing superstar, Beer the Voice.
I wouldn't mind 3 million followers on social media.
Had almost 3 million followers, it seemed, in pit lane during the pit walk earlier on.
And she holds the 1 minute board up. We're getting celebrities and fashion shows just to add a little bit of glamour and glitz to the Asia Road Racing Championships. It's not all about engines. There's a lot of glamour still involved in this sport. I'm glad to be associated with them, I'm sure. Find some value in being associated with some top-class racing. You've got tyre information, which can be so important by a Russell.
Yeah, the track temperature has cooled down a little bit from earlier on. It's now 50 degrees, which we understand from the Dunlop team is a pretty much perfect working temperature for them. There's a bit less adventure in the tyre selection now, with most riders going on mediums this time.
That's the recommended work of Dunlop, isn't it?
Indeed.
Right, all eyes though on Hafiz Sharin. Sorry for that. So Hafiz, he's a really engaging man, and the team are putting money in the Ducati, but the Ducati is an awkward beast to tame. Nakarin on pole position, Honda Asia Dream Racing with a Stamo. Andy Farid Izdahar, his teammate. There's 3 good riders from that team in this grid. Hafiz Sharin Abdullah from JDT Racing on the Ducati Panigale V4R.
SDG's Cooney on row 2, and Aslan Shah, yesterday's race winner from TKKR. Him, Marcus Reiterberger, the defending champion, outside of him.
P7, Zach Wanzadi, a former champion, the 3rd member of the Honda Asia Dream Racing with a Stamo team. Next to him, Soichiro Minamoto, the 600cc champion from last year, stepping up into the good Yamaha Techne Garage. He's in P8, bike number 22, and Pasawit from Esteno SI Racing with Thai Honda, bike number 52, P9.
Got Yamaha's Kazma Daniel, Kazmayuddin in P10, P11 Laklanikis, P12 Sama Murray, and Teo Joe beats the grid in P13.
Indian Oil executives in shot there with Ron Hogg from Two Wheels Motor Racing. Indian Oil are the new partner for fuel, official fuel partner.
Dream ultimate quality fuel. Really important to ensure the consistency and quality of the fuel. It's great to have Indian Oil in as the official fuel partner for the next 3 seasons.
All eyes once again on JDT. Manager Stephen and Hafiz Sharin. Number 1 priority, get some points on the board, finish a race. Number 2 priority, be competitive. Number 3, win. Or have I got them the wrong way round?
I think you read the team orders correctly, Des. You were right.
Okay, 13 laps of the circuit. Race 2 of the season. Nakarin off to a flying start, bike number 41. Hafiz Sharin also gets off to a good start, but it's 41 who will lead the way. And then he's undercut. He put too much power on that one, Chip Nakarin, and he has been taken out by Andy Farid Izdahar. Andy Farid is the man who takes the lead, and bike 55 just behind him, Hafiz Sharin. He's got off to a flying start as well.
Yeah, that was a blistering start for Nakarin, but he forgot to slow down enough for turn 1 and got all out of shape, and now he's found himself down in P5.
The BMWs also of Aslan Shah Kamruzaman and Marcus Reiterberger, who looked a little bit happier. They are also in the mix. There is Hafiz on the Ducati Panigale. Well, he's gone out very, very fast.
Yeah, Hafiz already got further than he did yesterday. Ducati working well.
Chip Nakarin took a place back and then again forgets to put the brakes on, but he's managed to hold on to that. And nice SDG, Yuki Kuni goes through into P2.
That was a determined, aggressive overtake. He can see the danger that Hafiz could get away at the front. Andy Farid is following him, and Chip Nakarin trying to get himself together. Currently in P4.
It's been very ragged from Chip Nakarin, hasn't it? He got off to such a flying start, but as you say, forgot there was a turn at the end of that straight. 23, Andy Farid Izdihar, beaten on the last corner yesterday. Yuki Kuni looks on the inside, but it is the Ducati of Hafiz Sharin who takes it nice and tight, and it's Hafiz Sharin who leads going over the line at the end of lap number 1. And that is objective number 1 achieved for JDT.
Good, and the TKKR BMWs in P5 and 6 still very much in touch. Zakwan Zaidi further back, as he was yesterday. Around turn 3, second time of asking.
Aslan Shah Kamruzaman quick through sector 1 and 19.774, 3/10 quicker than the race leader. But Reiterberger has got ahead of Aslan Shah. Aslan, who came from somewhere this far behind to win yesterday, you suspect today's race is going to be a little bit more difficult.
Got Hafiz in the mix as well, which we were robbed of yesterday, which makes this even more interesting.
Hafiz Sharam, but look at that, Yuki Kuni on the SDG Hard Pro machine, looking every bit the business. He's had half a season last year, and he's taken the inside line from Hafiz, just lost his way a little bit there, but wins and takes it back straight away. And behind them, Andy Farid Izdihar is saying, go on, you two race, you two wear your tyres out.
The Nakarin seems to have recovered his composure.
And through lap number 2, as through lap number 1, it is going to be the Ducati of JDT Racing that leads the way. But we have got a genuine race on our hands, right the way down to Zakwan Zaidi, down in P7, 1.6 seconds. Even Minamoto's are within 2 seconds. And I tell you who's looking quietly capable is Marcus Reiterberger, the defending champion on bike number 28 on the BMW.
Yeah, I think you're right, Des. Marcus Reiterberger didn't come this far to pick up a couple of 6th places. I think you're going to see him come through very soon.
Still Hafiz hunkers down. Puts a little bit of distance between him and bike 23, which is Andy Farid Izdihar from Indonesia. Up the hill, down into this turn 4, where you have to be brave, I think.
Ducati hasn't been the fastest on the straight yet. That honour lies with the Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astimo CBR 1000 RR of Andy Farid.
Further down, I can tell you, Kazma Daniels down in P10, Lachlan Epis in 11, Osama Murray and Tio Yujo, as expected, 12 and 13. They'll be looking to improve their personal race times, but we've got a genuine race on up at the front. Superbikes with this much competition, fabulous for the season ahead. Defending champion Marcus Reiterberger, P5 at the moment.
Yeah, he knows he's got time, he knows how to pace himself, Marcus Reiterberger. Supremely confident, cool-headed rider, and of course he's got yesterday's race winner and his teammate just behind him, so this is nothing like anywhere near done.
The wonderful sound of those engines as they go past the start-finish line. It is Hafiz who still leads the way, Yuki behind him. Chip Nakarin has settled down a little bit after that frantic start, and then you've got the 2 BMWs behind.
Marcus is definitely in stalking mode behind them.
Behind them, Zakwan Zaidi's a little bit way down. He's in P7. And we've got this little group of Pasowitz, Kazma Daniel and Lachlan Epis. 52 Pasowitz leading the way. Kazma Daniel it's not really working out so far for Kazma this season.
And Yuki Kuni tries to get in front of the Ducati. They're going into turn 5, but Biz has taken it back. The really good start for the JDT Ducati.
And they were late getting the bike here. Didn't have an awful lot of time to prep. They worked late into the night last night. And so far, so good. Fastest time out on the circuit belongs to Andy Farid Izdihar, 302 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, those two Honda Asia Dream Racing machines just behind the front two. Looking fairly settled. Yuki Kuni is not looking settled. He looks like he wants to take P1 away from Hafiz Sharin.
But he doesn't have the speed, does he? He's looked a couple of times, but not been able to execute.
Hafiz jumped out of turn 12 and advantage on the home straight. Kuni's should be quick. SDG, they do know how to put together a quick bike. But the quickest bike on track is the one that's just slithered up inside Yuki Kuni, and Yuki Kuni has taken it back again.
Contact. Shoulder onto boot there. Yuki Kuni, Andy Farid Izdihar and Chip Nakarin as they battle away. That is just good news for Hafiz Sharin Abdullah ahead of them on the JDT Ducati.
See if Andy Farid can take up the chase. He led most of yesterday's race. He's got himself ahead of Yuki Kuni. Was Yuki Kuni holding proceedings up slightly? I don't think he was this time. Yesterday, yes. Was taking the fight to Hafiz.
Not Tsuchiro Minamoto, sorry. He's down in P8, but even Tsuchiro is only 2.3 seconds down on the race leader. All going very, very wide there. That was Markus Reiterberger. That was an error of judgment from the German.
Yeah, that's a setback for him. His teammates now 2 places in front of him. And his title defence not looking too good. He's going to miss 1 or 2 races this season because of clashes with other commitments. Yuki Kuni gets shuffled back into 4th as they go through turn 12 again. Chip Nakarin
up to P3, Chip Nakarin, but Hafiz Sharin Abdullah has led from lap 1 through lap 5. This time the chase is led by Andy Farid Izdihar from Indonesia on Honda Asia Dream Racing with the Stamo.
If anybody can catch him, I would put my money on Andy Farid. So quick around here. There was a rider going wide there as camera panned around.
Switch back there as Yuki and Chip Nakarin, they continue to race. As they race, that allows Aslan Shah. He couldn't do it again, could he, Aslan? Surely not. Yesterday was such a remarkable, remarkable performance from around about this distance out, about 7 laps out. That's when he started to make his move.
It was. If he can do it, he will. He's looking calm and fully in control and fast, Aslan Shah. He'll be doing the calculations to see if he can. The one big difference today, which is that Ducati. Farid is really getting after it now.
Some good racers out there. Aslan, a previous champion at the Superbikes. So 600. Hafiz Sharin, welcome back to the ARRC. Aslan, he's motivated by Hafiz coming back. In between them, the Indonesian, the Japanese and the Thai. Either side of the Malaysians. Hafiz still leads. He's been leading since lap 1. His lead is 2/10 clear of Andy Farid, 6/10 clear of Yuki Kuni, 7/10 ahead of Nakarin, 1.2 seconds ahead of Aslan Shah Kamruzaman.
Be good if we saw an Aslan Shah fairy tale, but for me it is Andy Farid, the only rider out of all of these who's got the chance, and here he comes. He has a go into turn 3, but Hafiz will switch and chop back in front of him. Farid going alongside, keeping Hafiz wide. It's a gulp from one of the JDT team members there.
It certainly was. Their man is on the edge. We are approaching halfway of this 13-lap race. Hafiz Sharin Abdullah, JDT racing on their debut season. It's been tough so far. So far, so good in race number 2. Behind him, Yuki Kuni looks to have got his mojo back again. Aslan Shah, Kamruzaman, still only 1.2 seconds behind, but that BMW, that engine, has had to do an awful lot of work.
It has. It was his only engine for this weekend. His teammate, defending champion Markus Reiterberger, falling behind.
Quite some way behind Markus Reiterberger, 2.3 seconds off the pace. Now look at this, Hafiz Sharin really gets down very, very tight, very, very low to the tarmac there. Maybe a rehearsal there for how he's going to take that tight line onto the final corner, assuming he's in that same position come lap 13.
Yeah, that was literally a perfect line through turn 12 by Hafiz Sharin. He just had enough of a lead to do it. Andy Farid's going to have another go in this first sector where he's very fast. The sector where it really counts is the final one, of course. Different line for him this time. He's going to try and come back inside. Quite got the pace to do it.
Hasn't got the drive out either. Hafiz has got that wonderful ability to close the gate. P4 now for Aslan Shah. He couldn't do it, could he? Not twice in a row.
Come on, Aslan, and I mean that in
a perfectly neutral way.
In a neutral way, yeah, absolutely. So he takes a look at that Yuki Kuni, but we do like a good show.
We do indeed. He's back down to P5 though, Yuki Kuni. He doesn't want to play ball with Aslan Shah.
Yeah, Yuki Kuni more aggressive this time, and that is really good to see. These riders do about it. Hafiz Sharin hasn't been shaken at the front at all, despite the pressure from the bikes behind him, particularly Andy Farid.
Hafiz Sharin has been faultless so far. When he's been under pressure, he's responded. He seems to know the line. Again, he's got the real tight line coming into corner number 12, giving no opportunity for anybody to either get inside of him, just to push him out wide. And he's led through the finish line every single lap of the race. There are 5 laps to go. Hafiz is trying to lead from the front against some seriously fierce opposition.
Nakarina Tirapuvapat is having a more composed race than he did yesterday, and composed later in the race because he did have a bit of a ragged start today, but he things under control. Just back off his teammate Andy Farid, continuing to harass Hafiz Sharin.
Straight line speed, Andy Farid has got an 8 km/h advantage over Hafiz, but that's the only time when Hafiz seems to be vulnerable. His lines are excellent so long as his machinery stays good. Hafiz, oh, there's a slight wobble there from Hafiz. He goes wide, and he goes just as we're saying. He's been perfect. He makes his first mistake.
When you've got a rider of the quality of Andy Farid behind you, one wobble is all it needs. Let's see if the Malaysian legend can get it back. Nakarin having a look at the Ducati now.
Andy Farid is the heart. He's the new race leader. Now then, we were talking about the straight line speed of Andy Farid is that. And looking that chip, Nakarin looks through, tries to come into P2. It's another tight line from Hafiz Sharin. Aslan Shah is up into P4. What a race we have got. This is Underbone quality at Superbikes at 300 km/h.
Yeah, and I just wonder if the two Hondas can work together and put some pressure, distract Hafiz Sharin and let Andy Farid get away at the front. Let's see, but we have got Aslan Shah. Des, he is coming up alongside Chip Nakarin and going to block him out at turn 3. Look at this.
Aslan Shah is through to P3 once again. That BMW, that Aslan Shah magic. He's got Hafiz in his sights, but look at this. Andy Farid Izdihar is there. It's similar to yesterday, apart from the formidable presence of Andy Farid Izdihar and that JDT Ducati in between them. Oh, this is building up beautifully. Oh, yes.
This is top quality racing. It's not the biggest field, but my goodness, look at the quality we've got in that front 5, and Zakwan Zaidi isn't in the party, and neither is the defending champion, Marcus Reiterberger.
Minamoto down in 8, Pasowit in 9, Lateral Epis down in 10. There is plenty more to go, 3.5 laps to go. Andy Farid leads the way. Now it's Hafiz putting pressure on Andy Farid. Hafiz saying, listen, I can make a mistake, you can make a mistake as well, if I put enough pressure on you. In the meantime, Aslan is lurking. Corner number 12 again. Once they come round here, it'll be 3 laps to go. Andy Farid is tight. Aslan is in close pursuit of Hafiz Sharin. 3 to go. Less than 15 kilometres.
Yep, Hafiz Sharin's got a lot on his mind at the moment. He just lost the lead. He wants to get it back, but he's got the glowering presence of Aslan Shah just behind him.
Hafiz is looking forward, and he needs to look behind because the BMW is trying to force Hafiz out wide, and the BMW of Aslan Shah Kamruzama goes through. Can he hold it? The answer is no. They're side by side. He holds it eventually, but this could be Hafiz. He's got a toe. There's applause from TKKR, but Hafiz looks to get it back. Side by side, Hafiz and Aslan. This is mid-race. This is sensational.
They are literally wheel to wheel. Aslan Shah and Hafiz Sharin, and Chip Nakarin trying to get in on the act, but that was sheer willpower from Aslan Shah to keep that bike in line as they came out of turn 3. Hafiz is ahead into the technical section as those bikes flash past.
Chip Nakarin goes past Aslan Shah.
Given up by any means, he's on the back of Aslan Shah.
2.5 laps to go. In the meantime, Andy Farid is saying, you lot race away behind me. It gives me just a little bit of breathing space when there is no air to breathe.
And Andy is good, despite his relative inexperience on superbikes. He's very good, looks very comfortable leading. 2 more laps to go, Des.
It's breathless stuff. Andy Farid is the heart. Took advantage of the one mistake Hafiz Sharin has made all race. Ooh, a moment there for Aslan Shah.
Aslan's tyres might be giving him some problems. Just falling back then. Nakarin as he's consolidating P3. Happy but that the tyres on that BMW have started to give up.
Everybody here chose medium. That is what was recommended by Dunlop. Andy Farid eased out of a win yesterday on the final corner. He'll be looking to avoid history repeating itself. Hafiz Sharin, no matter the result today, it's a significant improvement for the JDT Ducati.
It is, absolutely. Especially after the disappointment of yesterday, but take that out, they have been making progress all weekend. Electrical gremlin gets you, you have to kind of shrug it off and come back, and that's exactly what the JDT team have done.
Chip Nakarin is in P3. He's barely warranted a mention because it's been so chaotic around him. Aslan Shah, I think his race is done because Marcus Reiterberger has got close to Aslan Shah, and the 2 BMWs are there, but that's a little bit further back. We come into the final lap of this classic 1000cc. Andy Farid Izdahar has a lead of 0.6 of a second over Hafiz Sharin. Chip Nakarin is the man looking to pick up P2 if he can get past Hafiz Sharin. Hafiz desperate to hold on to P2.
Yeah, we know these Hondas are fast, and Chip Nakarin is giving Hafiz Sharin something to think about as they come up, but he's not close enough to challenge him into turn 3 on this final turnaround.
He's gone just a little bit wide, has the Ducati. Holds it on, does Hafiz. He's under pressure from Chip Nakarin. Andy Farid, 303 kilometers top speed. Aslan Shah Kamruzama has been overtaken by Marcus Reiterberger. Reiterberger up to P5. Cooney P4, Chip Nakarin, bike 41.3. Hafiz Sharin for JDT in P2, but Andy Farid Izdahar leads the way.
Chip Nakarin is giving Hafiz Sharin a lot of trouble, and that is allowing Andy Farid to get that daylight coming into the closing stages now. Final sector. Look at Chip Nakarin having a nibble.
Honda Asia Dream trying to make it a 1-2. Hafiz Sharin having to use all of his experience. We're coming into the final part of the last lap. Now then, Chip Nakarin has a look on the inside. Hafiz Sharin closes the gate. Hafiz will get P2, but look at this, it's a win of fabulous proportions. P2 goes to Hafiz. Hafiz has picked it by 300ths of a second.
That was very difficult to judge, especially from the angle we were looking at it, Des, but it does look from the timing screen as though Hafiz has got it from Chip by 100th or so, but yeah, that should be a photo finish.
But Andy Farid Izdihar has the win. That's a fabulous win for Andy Farid Izdihar. Hafiz and Chip Nakarin photo finish for P2. Yuki Cooney 4, Aslan Shah 5, Zakwan 6, Reiterberger must have made a mistake late on 7, Minamoto 8, Epis 9, Kazma Daniel 10, Pasowit 11, Osama and Tyo Jo 12 and 13 respectively. But there is your winner, having been eased out on the last corner yesterday. That's a brilliant performance, Barry Russell.
Well, it was a supreme performance by Andy Farid Izdihar. Really pleased to see that. Just take another look. What are we looking at here? Final turn.
So that's the battle for P2 behind them. Andy Farid takes it behind them.
Just looks as though Chip's got the momentum, but no. I think that is just about Hafiz. Oh, this is, as you said, Des, and you were right. It's like underbone stuff.
Brilliant, brilliant work. Firstly, congratulations to Andy Farid Izdihar. But also celebrations. And the Johor flag, that's the state flag, for Hafiz Sharin Abdullah.
Yep, debut weekend. Hafiz can be happy with that, particularly after the mechanical gremlins of yesterday. And for his first weekend in ASB 1000, Chip Nakarin can be happy with that podium finish.
Confirmation of the result. Winner by 0.7 of a second, Andy Farid Izdihar. Superb race by the Indonesian Honda Asia Dream racing with Astemo. Hafiz Sharin Abdullah for JDT Racing Team on the Ducati. He is just 300ths clear of Chip Nakarin for P3. Yuki Cooney, SDG Hawk Pro, 2 seconds down. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, what a weekend for him. 4 seconds down. At one stage, he looked like he was threatening for the lead here. Zakwan Zaidi gets ahead of Marcus Reiterberger for P6. Reiterberger P7, 5.6 seconds down. Minamoto still learning with the Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia. He is in P8. Lachlan Epis, good to see him completing races, getting laps under his belt for Evolution Sports Group on the BMW. Kazma Daniel, lots of work to do for the Yamaha Techni Racing Team with Kazma, that he is quality and the team are quality as well. But there, coming into the park for mate, is the man who is picked up. He was one corner away from a perfect weekend, Barry.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant work from Andy Farid. He was under so much pressure there. He showed his quality and he showed his growth too. We saw this last year, him responding well to pressure. Before that, even in his championship winning season in AP250s, we saw him make mistakes under pressure, but it hasn't happened since then. He is the complete package now, Andy Farid Izdihar, and he is the race 2 winner. The final race of the day, the ASB 1000. Takes a breather, takes his gloves off and processes what he's just achieved. Be seeing a grin on the face of this rider when that Shui helmet comes off. Johor colours. Graphic designers at JDT done a good job with this team, let alone what they've done on the circuit. Hugs for Hafiz.
Well, they've done well. Of course they have. They worked hard into the night. There'll be some sleep taken tonight, I suspect, by some JDT engineers. There's the man who came through in P2, but Andy Farid Izdihar, he's not getting the love and TLC I think he deserves. There was so much going on behind him. We almost forgot that he actually won this one convincingly. He's 0.7 of a second clear by the end.
Yeah, that was brilliant. Brilliant performance under pressure. And a great response to the disappointment of yesterday when he was well and truly mugged by the brilliant Aslan Shah.
No Thai winner today, so they're going home a little bit earlier. No Thai national anthem, but being good crowds for today. Now let's get some reaction down from the Park Ferme. Daniel Bogers, the hard-working Daniel Bogers. He's got the number 321 from the ASB Superbikes 1000.
Down here at Park Ferme after the final race of the weekend here at the Chang International Circuit for round 1. Nakarin, that was a race on the limit. It was a push from you and you managed to get the podium, but what a photo finish that was in the end.
Yeah, the beginning is like last one. I changed medium tire for today because yesterday we have a problem about front, but today I fight a lot until the end. The top group going hard. I try to push on the limit, and finally we can take in the podium. I'm happy.
Congratulations, Chip. A brilliant ride. Thank you. And now we're going to go to second place, Hafiz Sharin. Hafiz, it was an absolute journey for your team. Issues yesterday, issues this morning, and you managed to give us such a brilliant show, nearly fighting for the victory in the end still, but what a finish for the podium.
Yeah, I've been trying to push from the beginning because I know the race will be tough, and luckily we are finished in the last lap. If we have one more lap, we lose because we finish the fuel, because I pushed from beginning of the lap, from the out of the box because to check the bike. I didn't have time to try, and yeah, thank you very much to Luli Yang Mak Mulia Tuanku, Makota Johor. Is TMJ is my boss. Without you, I'm not here. I'm almost decided to not race in my life. So yeah, this podium I started our plan, our project. We will bring bigger JDT in the world. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Hafiz. We can't wait to see it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And now we head to the race winner. Aboard the Honda, none other than Andy Farid Izdihar. Andy, you rode a fantastic ride once again. The win was coming and you really brought the wind with the win. It was a really commanding last lap as well. You managed to keep the gap away and you finished fantastically. How was it?
Yeah, it was an amazing race, fantastic. I was trying to go front from the beginning, but I was a bit struggling with the front tire, and I just little bit wait the right moment, and then I try my best, and also this win is for yesterday's fault because last night I couldn't sleep well. This morning I wake up so early and I need to rest. I need to win this. So this is thank you for Honda Asia Rim Racing. All the hard work. This is for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Congratulations.
Looking back at a epic ARRC ASB 1000 Superbike race, race 2 of 12 of the season. Chip Nakarin on pole, getting off to a fast start, but couldn't control it on the first lap, and that would be the start of a very untidy first couple of laps for Chip Nakarin. What it meant was that Andy Farid Izdihar, or Andy Gilang as he's often known, he and Hafiz Sharin Abdullah at the front could go on and have a fabulous scrap, Barry Russell.
Yeah, they did. It was really good stuff from Hafiz Sharin after yesterday's disappointment. Andy Farid never let it go, and early on we saw Yuki Kuni pushing Hafiz really hard as well.
Yuki Kuni for the SDG team. Yeah, he really had a pop at Hafiz Sharin, but Hafiz led through lap 1, through lap 2, through lap 3, through lap 4, through lap 5. It looked like he was just about unbeatable, and at one stage he had quite a healthy lead, but he would make one mistake crucially just beyond the midway point of the race.
Yeah, and at this point, with approaching half distance, Chip Nakarin had regained his composure. That impressed me.
There's the mistake.
That is
all it took.
That's it. That's what top class racing is all about. And Andy Farid didn't need Happy to send him a postcard to take advantage of that.
Then we thought Aslan Shah Kamrazaman could relive yesterday's heroics, and look at that. At one stage, he got through to P2. He was able to hold on. That battle with Hafiz Sharin, that will live long in the memory because they were side by side, former teammates together, literally dueling it out. But Aslan would drop back a little bit. Hafiz would go on, but he would be in a battle royale for P2 with Chip Nakarin.
Yeah, you're right. That was a fabulous Aslan Shah moment.
Back onto the final lap, and yeah, Chip Nakarin is putting pressure on Hafiz Sharin. By this time, Andy Farid is already clear, and we're wondering, can Chip Nakarin pinch P2 from Hafiz Sharin? The answer is no. Andy Farid, the pride of Sulawesi, takes it for Indonesia, and Hafiz has to be content with P2. And now it's all calm in Buriram, and the castle looks down upon us, and the tourists can take over.
Yeah, Khmer style castle there.
The colours of Buriram, we have been putting together the celebration of the motor racing, which regularly comes here with the marketing push to visit Napo, and the colours of Buriram. We've had a fashion show for you, we've had pop singers. Most importantly, we have had some top-class dueling.
That podium on his inaugural weekend in ASB 1000 means a lot to Nakarin Atirapuvapat. He would have been disappointed with his P5 yesterday. As it turns out, he's collected some decent points, and Hafiz looks happy with that.
Andy Farid is the heart. Andy Galang. You forget, he's still only 26. He's arguably got his best racing years still ahead of him, Barry Russell.
Yeah, I really do think he's the complete package. And before you ask me about my moments of the day, he is my rider of the day.
Okay, I won't ask you about your moments of the day.
I've got more.
And the Astro team under Asia Dream with Astemo have the prize. And we've got the national anthem of Indonesia. Indonesia Raya is celebrated, and some weekend that is as well for Andy Farid is the half. Remember Andy from the Asia Dream Cup from about a decade ago.
Right.
He's been involved that long. That's maybe why we think he's a little bit more experienced than he is. Hafiz Sharin. He's celebrating, but he reckons there's more to come from that JDT team.
No doubt about that.
Prizes being handed out by Mr. Masanori Enomoto, Managing Director of IDEMITSU Lube Asia Pacific. Again, our thanks to him. Congratulations to Andy Farid. The team award to Honda Asia Dream with Astemo, handed out by Stefan Maki Karapie, FIM Asia President.
Congratulations.
Bang International Circuit once again has produced an excellent series of races. What a way to get the Asia Road Racing Championships 2024 up and running, the 27th competitive edition of the ARRC. Quickly, Barry, Russell, moments of the day.
Well, I've already named Andy as my rider of the day, but a fantastic double win in Supersport 600 for Apiwap. I thought that Iki Hiyoshi gets my award as well for bringing that new Kawasaki into contention in AP 250s. Afifan ran brilliant win in Underbones, and I'm going to say TVS because the way they're managing that championship is just putting on a fantastic spectacle.
Andy Farid gets your vote as we're looking at the sunlight and 1 or 2 clouds, rain tomorrow we reckon, but in the championship 45-point weekend for Andy Farid Izdar, the pride of Sulawesi on Honda Asia Dream Racing with the Stamo. He has got a 9-point lead from Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, who gave us one of the memories already of the season yesterday from TKKR BMW Racing Team. Chip Nakarin, 27 points for him. Zakwan, 26 points alongside Yuki Kuni, even though neither were quite at their best. Hafiz Sharin on the board for JDT Racing Team. They'll be competitive this year now. Marcus Reiterberger for TKKR BMW Racing, the defending champion, found it tough this weekend. Soichiro Minamoto, the step up with Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia. He's on 17, but what a great way to start the season. Calendar, we move on next to Zhuhai in China. That's on the 19th, 20th and 21st of April. And then we move on to Motegi, the Motability Resort for the first time in the ARRC in early June. And then we go to Patima Mandalika in Lombok in August, moving on to Sepang in September before the season returns here to the Chang International Circuit early in December. The IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We love coming to wonderful Thailand, the abode of smiles, and it has been fabulous racing. We've had thrills, we've had spills, we've had stories, and we'll see you all again in Zhuhai in April. From Barry Russell, myself, Des Corkill, also Daniel Bogas, and the team behind the team, the producers, the cameramen who've worked so hard, particularly during this Ramadan period when it's fasting. Thank you for all of your hard work, and we'll see you again in Zhuhai in mid-April.
IDEMITSU engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. the highest quality engine oils in the history of IDEMITSU. IDEMITSU IFG7, flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. IDEMITSU IFG7. IDEMITSU IRG5. Start like a rocket and shift like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. IDEMITSU IRG5.